5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 6th, 2023. I'd like to call the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to order. Secretary Ringgold, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Present.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Elper.
Here.
President Forney.
Here.
President Pro Tem Benny.
Vice President. Present, thank you. I'd like to have somebody move the agenda for approval, and we may have an amendment to the agenda, but let's move it for approval first.
I'll move the Wednesday, December 6th agenda for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
Second. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Any discussion about the agenda? Commissioner Thompson?
No.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone, aye? Anyone opposed? We have an agenda. And I would like to note that there'll be, if there are 2 items that will be coming to before the full board, if they come from committee, one from the Planning Committee and one from the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. We'll be adjourning the full board and bringing those items back.
Point of information, what are
Yep.
those items?
Those items are, one is Resolution 2023-244, the renaming of the chalet at Worth Park, and the other is Resolution 2023-239, which is our lobbying services contract. So with that, I'm wondering if we have on our agenda next reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, or committees. Are there any updates or reports? Commissioner Musich. Sorry.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Benny. We got new monitors, everyone, and it's a little bit hard for us, so if we seem awkward, that's why. I just wanted to share with my colleagues that coming in March, you'll be seeing some activity around a cooperative agreement between the Park Board, the City of Minneapolis, and Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. Many of you are probably already aware that the agreement we had in place, the MOU with them, was expiring, and we needed to take some action either to renew that or to put a different agreement in place or choose to just stop working together. Obviously, the last item is just not something I think any of us are interested in doing. So Commissioner Benny and I have been working with Councilmember Koski on a cooperative agreement that we think is going to advance water quality and flood management in the city in a really significant way, much like the Clean Water Partnership did back in the 90s. So yeah, that's coming in March. We're very excited about it. We hope that you will be too. Thanks.
Commissioner Menz?
Yes, I had the opportunity on the 28th to attend the Metro Urban Indian Council meeting with our new Indigenous Parks liaisons and Carrie Christensen. It was amazing just to be able to be there and listen, and that it was a kickoff to the work that's going to be done around the state. So, you know, and you can tell that there's a lot of
Yes, because it's now.
there's a lot of trust building that's going to have to happen, and I encourage my fellow commissioners to, if they have a chance, to go to one of the council meetings that we have set up this year that are being scheduled. I think it's really important work for us as we move forward, and it was really interesting, and I was honored to be in that space. And I think that if any of you would like to experience or be a part of that work, please sign up. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Musich, do you have something else?
Oh, no,
You
sorry.
can't see your light.
Can't see my light.
I'll add that I just was at a Board of Estimate and Taxation meeting. It was the last meeting for this calendar year, and really not much business. We did, though, approve the budget for the Board of Estimate and Taxation itself. It's around $130,000 a year. The other thing is, on Monday, I attended the last meeting this year of the Minneapolis Audit Committee, and there were 3 reports that were filed. And I think they're just worth mentioning here. So the first one is was a kind of a review of the sexual assault exam kit. It was a follow-up to the work that was done a few years ago. And I don't know if people remember, but that was not a good situation. And the findings are that there's the process is working and the controls are in place. It does matter for the park board because we do have we share property and evidence work with the city's system, and so that's something that's our police department takes advantage of or uses. The other one is the biennial audit of the Minneapolis Police Department body worn camera. That this is also required. Both of those are statutorily required. There were no issues for the city's audit, and this coming year now will be the Park Board's Police Department body worn camera audit. And then the final one was an automated license plate reader audit, but the Park Board doesn't use that technology. Before we move to the next thing, I also wanted to mention, we have items coming from other committees, and I mentioned that, but what we'll do is when we come back to after we do the Planning Committee and the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, we're gonna reconvene the full board then, and then once we finish the business on that agenda, then we can move to the Recreation Committee, and then finally the Admin and Finance Committee. So with that, we have a number of consent items tonight, so somebody like to move
I'd like to move the consent agenda items as a slate.
Second.
is there any discussion?
I wanted to pull two consent items
Okay.
for a brief presentation. Resolution 2023-229 around the 28th Street tot lot, and Resolution 2023-231 for a few questions about the security system contract.
Great. So,
Now you take a vote on the ones that aren't
Yeah.
pulled.
yeah. So, is there any further discussion about the non-pulled consent items? Okay, so all those in favor of approving the 14 remaining items, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The consent slate is approved. So with that, the first one, Commissioner Schaefer, would you like to see a brief presentation on Resolution 2023-229?
Yes, that would be great.
So should we
In
move that?
particular, the skate park
And-
design.
And so I think we should move it first for discussion then?
Yes, I will move Resolution 2023-229 for discussion.
Thank you,
I'll second that.
thank you. All those in favor of?
No,
Okay,
don't do that
never mind.
yet.
Thank
We're
you.
discussing.
Thank you, sorry. Okay, right, I didn't say that, did I? While they're setting up, we do have new technology just tonight, new microphones, new monitors, so we may have, yes, we need a little patience. We can see it on our monitors here, so. Ms. Houston, welcome.
Good evening, President and Commissioners. Are you able to hear me?
Your mic's not on.
Is on?
There
Now-
it is.
Oh, now it is.
All right, I think we're ready. Good evening, President and Commissioners. So tonight, the resolution before you considers approval of the recommended concept plan for improvements at the 28th Street tot lot without a public hearing. The concept plan aligns with the skate park activity plan that was approved by the Board of Commissioners in 2017 and the Southwest Service Area Master Plan that was approved by the Board of Commissioners in 2020. So 28th Street Tot Lot Park was named for the street on which it is located and was established in 1968. It's a less than 1/2 acre neighborhood park located within the Whittier neighborhood.
Could you maybe pull the microphone a little bit closer?
Sure. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. So the history of the 28th Street Tot Lot has been really always tied to the I-35W freeway. This parcel of land has been leased from MnDOT by MPRB since 1968 in order to create a small play area. And in 2017, the aging play equipment was removed and the site became a staging area for the major I-35W reconstruction project. The Southwest Service Area Master Plan shows a host of improvements for the park, including a playground, DIY skate park, seating areas, naturalized habitat, and artistic improvements to the sound wall. The current phase of improvements and funding focus on the play area, skate park, and stormwater management with naturalized landscaping to bring new features and improve the functionality and aesthetics of the space. Community engagement throughout 2022 and 2023 has greatly shaped the proposed project scope and concept plan. Funding for the project is through NPP 20, and then the costs of operations for these improvements under this action would generally match the costs of current operations of the park. So community engagement really was developed in coordination with City of Skate, a local skate park advocacy group, in the early months of 2022 to identify the project focus and scope, as well as develop the most effective ways to communicate with the community and skaters at large. Throughout 2022 and portions of 2023, staff engaged with residents of the Whittier neighborhood and other adjoining neighborhoods through a series of meetings, pop-up engagement activities, events, and online surveys. MPRB staff focused on the site as a whole, while City of Skate really focused more detailed on skate-specific engagement regarding the features and really layout of the skate park features and other elements. So these combined efforts have resulted in a design that really maximizes the use of the site, preserves existing trees to the extent practical, and then will actively keep the park well-used and loved and an asset to the community. So what you see here is the preferred concept for 28th Street Tot Lot Park. The concept plan is really embraced by the community and based on support expressed during engagement activities for this concept plan. That's why staff had recommended advancing it without a public hearing. So you'll see on this plan a new entry plaza, new park trails and paths, an updated play area with equipment that will really maximize use of the footprint, and then a skate feature that would incorporate a multitude of options for all types of skaters, from street style to bowl skating, and even incorporating a small snake run into the feature. The Tot Lot equipment, really again pointing back to community engagement. Some of the themes that we were hearing were, sight lines, keeping, really great sight lines throughout the space. So the equipment that is chosen really allows for that while maximizing play value on a relatively small footprint. The skate park itself, as I mentioned, has a variety of features. So I don't know if you'll be able to see the cursor here, but a snake run pathway, it's a term for essentially a skatable path with features down into a peanut bowl and larger bowl space adjacent to a flat expanse that would allow for some of that street style skating. We're even looking at, we're even planning to include, I should say, furniture that would be able and comfortable to sit on, but then on the backside having a concrete edge so that you can skate off of the benches, so purposefully including elements for folks to use. With that, we anticipate construction of the first phase of the elements shown in the concept plan being constructed in 2024. And with that, if there are any questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer?
I just want to say thank you very much. This park has been closed for years and inaccessible in its full extent. So I'm really looking forward to this, and thank you for your work.
Commissioner Menz?
Yeah, I'd also like to say thank you for just really valuing the design features that skaters seem to want, in the fact that making multi-use benches. I mean, I think that this is a step forward for the skating community to find this space.
Other questions? So we did move that, so we should.
Yeah, we can vote on it now.
So we should take a vote then. All those in favor of approving that resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that resolution carries, or passes. So since we moved the other pulled item, let's go ahead and, would somebody like to move the other pulled item?
I will move resolution 2023-231.
I'll second that.
Thank you, and I think we have a presentation from Chad Albert, Director of IT Services.
It's switched back. So this is a purchasing agreement between the MPRB and Parallel Technologies, which is our provider of building security services and equipment. So a little background on this one. In 2021, the board approved Resolution 2021-127, which was a 5-year professional services contract with Parallel Technologies in the amount not to exceed $2 million. Resolution 2023-231 increases the amount of the current contract by $3,000 for a new contract total not to exceed $5 million. Current projects in the pipeline will exceed the $2 million limit under the existing professional services contract in early 2024. If this condition actually would then result in work stoppage on any building security efforts. So it's a purchasing contract. This is what we buy under. It doesn't actually authorize $3 million of additional funding. I mean, that is done through the budget process. But what it does is it helps to ensure that the MPRB uses a common vendor across the organization for a particular service. In this case, security cameras, electronic access, and intrusion detection systems. Funding sources, as I mentioned, do come from various parts of the organization and are generally moved through the budget process, approved and appropriated as part of that. Other examples of agreements that we have right now that are used by the MPRB are the Verizon agreement, which was also on the consent agenda for this evening, for cell phone services and cell phones themselves, the iPhones, we get through that. And then also CDWG, which we use in IT for purchasing laptops, desktop computers, peripherals, and things of that nature. Waste management is another one, standard waste collection service for garbage collection across the MPRB. So I just wanted to share some spending trends over the last couple of years under this contract. So it started at $2 million in 2021. We spent $866,814.98. And as you see, we go through the years down through 2023 here. And at the end of the year, we currently have $266,005.89 planned through about Q1 with approved funds. And so that would actually exhaust the balance on this contract, and we would end up in that deficit there of around $22,000. So what is it being spent on here right now? These are a list as a breakdown of that $266,000, so you can see the projects that are currently in flight that have systems that have been spec'd and are being planned on being installed at these locations. So at that point, I'll open it up to questions.
Commissioner Shea?
Yeah, my main question was all of this new allocation going for new equipment? Or is some of it, is there an increase in the maintenance of what we currently, is there like some kind of network fee that we're paying on our current infrastructure, and is that part of this money going towards that?
I think the answer to that is yes. So maintenance is a separate fund that the board allocated beginning with like $50,000 last year, and this next year it'll be $100,000. If we spend that money, it's spent under this contract. Those are those maintenance dollars are for the replacement of existing equipment, not for new equipment. New equipment is also purchased under this. So if it's a brand new site like Bede-Makaska, all of that equipment that's installed there was purchased under this agreement. Let's say in 5 years' time, like things are breaking, then the maintenance funds would come into play. We would replace that equipment with the maintenance funds, and that would also be purchased under this agreement.
And can you just talk about, you mentioned in the resolution that since 2021, you've been spending about $1 million a year on security.
Mm-hmm.
Is that mainly to upgrade what we have, or is this an increase in pricing? I wasn't sure if the fact that this particular vendor was not mentioned on our state contract, if that affected our pricing.
So the pricing was negotiated in 2021 under the contract. There's been some inflation in that pricing, so inflation is certainly there. But can you just repeat the question again, just so I make sure that I understand it?
I just was trying to understand, you said that the budget for security has been $1 million since 2021, and before that it was significantly less.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand, is that something we're going to continue to see as a trend, or is this a one-time investment in infrastructure that you think is gonna happen the next 3 years, and then it's gonna bop back down?
I think we're gonna reach what, a more steady state over the long haul. So this slide kind of illustrates the trend.
Can you speak to the mic?
Sorry. This slide kind of illustrates the trend. So it does bounce around a little bit, and it is dependent on the budget process. So there isn't some pool of money just for building security other than the maintenance fund, right? So if a rec center would want a building security system, it would come through the budget process, then those funds would be allocated, approved, and appropriated that way. And then that would affect that annual spend. So there's no set budget line. You know, it's not like we're spending $1 million and that's what's in the budget every single year. It varies. So as you see in 2022, the spend was less than it was in 2021, and it's going to be less than it was in 2023. So some of it's driven just by the amount of construction or new construction projects. I've got, like, on this slide, you can kind of see the variance. And what I'm trying to illustrate here is that the security standard that we've implemented through the Building Steering Committee is now being applied to these, and that would have so for a retrofit or for a rehab of a facility, then we would upgrade the entire security system, including the electronic access, the surveillance system, and the intrusion system.
Okay, so the 3 million that we're not actually gonna spend all of that, you're just.
We may not.
Okay, because this is a significantly different number than, from
Right,
the
right.
resolution, it seemed like we we're gonna be spending $1 million a year on that.
Yeah, so what we have spent is here.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So and what that is we set the threshold at that level, so we don't have to come back to the board every single time.
Sure,
we're
yep.
doing a project, right?
Yep, that makes sense. And I really appreciate this, emphasis on security for our buildings, for our employees, for the public. This is a really important work that you're doing, and so
Right.
I appreciate it. And just to reiterate this, was there any penalty for us in not having the vendor that we had chosen in the state contract as far as the pricing?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Menz.
Thank you for recognizing me. I do have one question. So just kind of looking forward, I know that cameras get installed on fields and other places for, game technology, but it has the dual benefit of security. So live camera feeds, does this contract prevent us from exploring other vendors for camera installation, or does it just limit it to security, even if they have a dual purpose?
No, it doesn't limit us to
Okay.
in exploring any technology.
Okay.
It just says that we could spend that much money with this particular vendor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Other discussion? Okay, well, take a vote then. All those in favor of approving this resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution is approved. So now we'd like to move on to unfinished business. Somebody move the first resolution, please.
Yes, I'd like to move resolution 2023-247, a resolution rescinding the name Midtown Park currently being considered for the Seapro site.
Second?
Is there a discussion? Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni. I actually was not wanting to comment on this. I realized I made a mistake, and I'm going to need to ask to suspend the rules once we're done with this, because I didn't add an agenda item, because I couldn't find my button at the time. So that's why I just wanted to say that. So no comment on this. I think it's great.
Okay, let's back to the resolution at hand. Other discussion? Okay. Okay, all those in favor of approving this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No one has, this passes, so. I'd like to
have a
actually, I'd like to ask Secretary Ringgold, so I think a question, Commissioner Thompson wants to amend the agenda and didn't do it during the approval of the agenda.
President Pro Tem Abeni, I think the course of action would be to take a vote to suspend the rules to allow that to be added.
Okay. Okay, somebody would like to.
Like to move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay,
Could
all
we
those in
understand what
favor-
the purpose of suspension of the rules is?
What?
For what purpose?
To add an agenda item.
What is the agenda item?
It is around Victory Park, which I meant to add at the time of when we approved our agenda. I did not add it at that time, and that was my fault. I missed my button, I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay, so all those in favor of suspending the rules, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I believe that passes. So,
It actually needs to be a roll call vote because it requires a supermajority.
okay. So Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Menz,
Yes.
Commissioner Elber,
Aye.
President Corney,
No.
President Pro Tem Abeni.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Okay, so the rules are suspended.
With the rules suspended, I would like to add an agenda item that I had mistakenly not gotten on at the proper time. It was submitted before noon yesterday, but I didn't. It is regarding Victory Park in my district.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni. So in the time that I've served on this board, there's been a lot of discussion back and forth around this particular pool or waiting pool. We reinitiated engagement around it. We heard both times from everyone that participated that they really wanted to see a waiting pool in this location. So I believe we've proceeded with beginning to engage a consultant and do this work.
Before we have that discussion, this is just about adding it to the agenda, and then it would be added to the agenda as unfinished business.
So I need to wait.
Let's wait. So all those in favor of adding this item to the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes. So that will move to unfinished business, item 10.5. Okay. So with that, we're dangerously close to open time. So I will start reading the rules if that's okay. And just bear with me 1 minute here. Okay. So I'm going to read the open time rules, which open time starts at 5:30. Thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of the open time board rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on the agenda, or can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I'll be calling on people on the sign-up list only. Open time for public input shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes, with the time limit being allotted by the president for each speaker. So we'll know that, what that time allotment is once we know how many speakers. During open time, public testimony will be given without debate from this body. Only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. 2 types of items not appropriate for open time in order to protect the privacy of all individuals. Those are pending litigation and personnel issues. Please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues. We will not tolerate discriminatory or harassing words directed at anyone. Please ensure that your comments comply with this policy. And then the final comment here or rule is, this board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. So only those signed up to speak may only speak for their allotted amount of time. And then we also ask that you, when you're called up to the podium, that you give your name and address. So with that, we'll wait till we get the list of people who've signed up. Thank you. Wait, you want to make an announcement about them? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have 15 people who've signed up, so we'll have a minute per person. And before we call the first name, Secretary Ringgold would like to say something.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni. This is our first night with a new AV system, and we are realizing that the podium mic probably isn't at the right level for you to be heard really well by the folks in the audience. I have put a handheld mic on the podium. Please use that. We'll give that a try through this and see if that allows the volume to be better in the audience.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson, do you have a comment?
Sorry,
Okay.
no.
So the first speaker is Gary Spears, followed by Kadar Despandi, sorry. Gary Spears. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, I'm Gary Spears. So I come from the Red Lake Nation, Crow Creek Dakota tribe, and I've lived in South Minneapolis for 36 years of my life. I live in the area of 3543 22nd Avenue, which is near the Sibley Park. And so me and other people in the Native community have been working to get the names changed. And then last time I was here in September, I know it got changed to Chante Tiza Leon, Strong Hearted Women. And also just trying to find out information as to when it's physically going to happen, when is the website going to change, or when is the GPS or anything like that. We requested to change out to actually physically take place. We've kind of got some rough estimates. I thought it was going to be the end of the year. Here we are in December of the end of the year, and I haven't really heard anything really new. And the last time there was rules when we were discussing the other two people helping with the project from the park board here, they were saying that if you do an individual's name, it takes 2 years. Well, we didn't do an individual's name, and now this January will be 2 years since January 15, 2022, since we've started. So it seems like it's a bit lapsing in some of the rules. So I'm just basically here just to check on this stuff, bring up the issue of changing the park name, and to try to find some answers as to when that's actually going to physically take place, and then that's it.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the staff that could step outside with Gary for a minute to understand the process? So over here, thank you, Mr. Spears. Kadar Despandi, and then followed by Tom Armani.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kedar Deshpande. I am a Whittier resident at 2411 Pillsbury and a Siouxland gardener. I wanted to provide an update about the garden since the last park board meeting. On November 16th, the county held an open house and the turnout was overwhelmingly in favor of the garden, which included Whittier Elementary School teachers, gardeners, families, and residents. The county was granted an extension on this project in February by the Met Council on the basis of getting more stakeholder feedback, specifically from Spanish and Somali speakers. Despite this, there were no Spanish or Somali interpreters nor materials. The garden provided translation services. This was an egregious breach of trust on the part of the county. Constituent voices are not being heard. The garden is also submitting a misleading survey that claims 95% of the garden will be preserved, which is not true. All of our public space will be paved over, and we were told to have events in the alleyway, which Whittier Elementary School teachers said was unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Armani, followed by Jason Orris.
Hi, Tom Armani. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Siouxland Garden as well. After the Afghan airlift in 2021, we started working with a family that was immediately impacted and relocated to the States. I've got 3 of the children with me. Garden's been a blessing and a huge sense of community and safety for the family. There's a total of 9 in the family, a husband and a wife and 7 kids. When they left Afghanistan, they left orchards, they left gardens, and as they've tried to adjust here, the garden's been one place that we've found where they've been able to actually go as a family and garden, develop a sense of community, develop a sense of self-sufficiency with respect to bringing food home. The dad actually bikes to the garden or walks to the garden and takes the kids with him. And I think that there's a win-win in that the bike path should be moved forward but rerouted around the garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Orris, followed by Matana Inatong.
Hello, Park Board members. My name is Jason Orris. Lifelong Minneapolis resident and have lived near Cedar Lake for the last 12 years. I run or walk around the lake 6 days a week, 365 days a year, only stopping if it's below zero. Since the start of COVID, there has been a dramatic increase in off-leash dogs around the lake, on both the dirt paths around the north and northeast side of the lake, but also on the paved areas at the north and northwest side of the lake. People will drive into the neighborhood from other parts of the city and nearby suburbs to walk their dogs off-leash. I like dogs. But as both a runner, having been chased by off-leash dogs, and having my daughter been bitten by an off-leash dog, I'm afraid of dogs when they come at me. I'm not sure if they want to play with me or bite me. I ask people to leash their dogs. Most people are courteous, considerate, and friendly. But there are a number of people who don't believe in leash laws and will become aggressive when asked to leash. I have been shoved, punched, choked.
Yeah. Thank you.
Heather.
Thank you. Matana Intikong, followed by Christian Baker.
Good evening. My name is Matana Intikong, and I live on 4517 Grand Avenue South, Minneapolis, and I'm speaking tonight for our Sioux Line Community Garden. I'm representing all the immigrants who joined the community because this is a sanctuary for immigrants like us who feel oftentimes marginalized by the society. Even if you don't speak English in this garden, you speak the common language of humanity. My mother, who came from Thailand and stayed with me for 2 years, totally feel belong in that space. We are able to exchange cultures, recipes, herbs, and so many more. And it's a place where my daughter, who is 7 years old, can learn from her grandmother in this garden. So please consider to vote to protect this place for us, because this is certainly a special, peaceful place where we do not want it to go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Baker, followed by Martha Arredondo.
Hello. Ooh, wait, hold on. Hello? Why is it?
Try it now.
Oh, hello? All right.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Christian Baker on 1425 Bridgewater Road, and I'm here to talk to you all why Ed Manderville should receive the honor of having the Theodore Worth Clubhouse be named after his legacy. Ed, as we all know, was a great mentor and friend to many of his peers at the Theodore Worth Golf Course, but what is less recognized is his role in spreading the game onto the next generation. Ed took many members of the local youth and successfully transferred them into wonderful people and amazing students of the game. I am proud to call myself one of those youth, as he took me under his wing and guided me through the complex game that we all love. But his reach did not stop at the game of golf. Ed has given me many life lessons and that have benefited me and will continue to help me through this journey of life. This is why I believe that Ed Manderville should have the Theodore Worth Clubhouse named in his honor. We all love and miss you, Ed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Martha Arredondo, followed by Pam Stoddard.
Good evening, Commissioners and Superintendent. I'm going to read this because it's coming from the heart. I see we are now close to the end of my journey of love and for my dear friend and beloved friend of the community, Ed Manderville. The potential renaming of the chalet would mean so much to a lot of people of the Northside community, but far beyond. Ed's spirit reaches far beyond the Minnesota community. I have been updating his friends in Atlanta, Las Vegas, and other cities about this whole process. I have been also keeping Shirley Hughes, who was a co-founder of my organization, BWalk, Black Women on Course, an organization that Eddie helped us start 13 years ago. He was our golf instructor. Pam Stoddard, who's following me, will read the letter from Shirley Hughes. Shirley Hughes is the daughter of Solomon Hughes, which the Hiawatha Golf Course was named after. My time is up.
Thank you. If you have a printed statement, Ms. Arredondo, you can hand it up here, or, okay, thank you. Pam Stoddard, followed by Rachel Hoban.
Good evening. This is a letter on behalf of Shirley Hughes, co-founder for BWalk. I'm writing as a co-founder of Black Women on Course, BWOC. This letter is to support the renaming of the chalet at Theater Worth, the Eddie Mandeville Chalet. Mr. Mandeville was well known and celebrated as an excellent golfer in our community, with Theater Worth serving as his home course. The records reflect his incredible number of hole-in-ones throughout his playing career. Eddie was also generous with his time and knowledge of the game. When we started BWOC, he came to our very first meeting and spent time providing women with golf etiquette and later provided lessons. Eddie recalled meeting my father, Solomon Hughes, Sr., the first black pro in this area when he first started playing. It would give us great, immense pride naming the chalet after Eddie Mandeville, such a talented golfer. Thank you for your consideration. And then I actually am a member of this golf course, or the golf group, and he was an inspiration to us all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stoddard. If you'd like to leave a statement, Robin will take it.
Okay.
Thank you, Robin. Rachel Hoban, followed by Gina Rautenberg.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Hoban, and I am the current ASME 3279 president and longtime employee of MPRB. Our unit represents 117 employees across several departments, including rec centers and programs, youth development, athletics, aquatics, arenas, golf, visitor services, IT, environmental, community connections, and violence prevention, and more. A lot. Thank you to the commissioners who have met with us this past year. We appreciate your time and support as commissioners and as elected stewards of the Minneapolis residents. Tonight I'm asking the board to invest in their employees. The City of Minneapolis council members showed up for the city and are supporting their frontline workers this week through compensation and by increasing wages. Many of our workers have gone over a decade without a market adjustment or job study, and we are asking leadership to do right by our workers. The MPRB budget needs to pay more attention to workers and ensure that we retain and can attract future employees. This unit is made up of frontline workers, and we consistently receive positive marks from the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gina Rautenberg, followed by Gloria Ruse.
Hello, I'm Gina Rautenberg. I'm here today with the Linden Hills Neighborhood Council. We have worked together with folks from MPRB for the last 2 years to put together a private fundraiser to raise money for 2 playgrounds under your purview. Those are the Linden Hills Playground in our community and the Hall Park in the near north community of Minneapolis. Today you have approved our donation for that project, for which we're very grateful, and that means that $72,000 will be donated to these 2 playgrounds. I'm here today to recommend that MPRB continue to use neighborhood organizations beyond basic engagement to come up with creative solutions that will serve all of the communities across Minneapolis. We've now created a model for this that would not always require private fundraising, and I would recommend that you speak with your colleagues, including Cliff Swenson, who's been very instrumental in this, to continue this type of funding model in the future.
Thank you. Gloria Ruse, followed by Steve Edel, or Ethel? Gloria. Okay. On Fairfield Road. Fairfield Road? No, okay, so Steve Edel or Ethel?
Hi, I just have one question. First of all, just to introduce myself. Hello?
Yes.
Golden Valley resident for over 30 years, friend of Eddie Mandeville's for over 30 years. Can the board tell me if there were any objective criteria that was used to determine a resolution like this to change the name on a building?
Yeah.
No. Is there a way to get an answer? Because I went to the website and find it, and so is there a way to find that out?
I think you can speak with Mr. Arvidsson perhaps about process. No?
Deputy
Secretary. There we go. Thank you. Deputy Secretary Ringel would be able to answer your question if you step aside here.
Yeah.
You have to go. You have to go. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. We're not going to. Yeah. Okay. Andrew Stevenson, and then followed by Aaron Bogle.
Hi. Oh, wait. This one? Sorry. Hi. In October, I stood before you to ask that Minneapolis Parks and Recreation Board recognize the opportunity it has in front of it to work with Minneapolis Public Schools to restore the unmaintained but still heavily used Cooper School Playground. On November 2nd, Minneapolis Public Schools held a listening session about the Cooper School Playground that was attended by many city leaders, and over 85 neighbors, showing what a strong community looks like. I'm happy to report that demolition of the playground was postponed until this spring, but it was not delayed indefinitely. We've since formed a small grassroots neighbors group called Play MPLS to help think about the future of Cooper Elementary Playground, as well as the future of all Minneapolis public schools that are in potential jeopardy in their outdoor play areas. So I'm here today to ask that MPRB assist our neighborhood and others around the city to ensure that parks and recreation opportunities remain available. You could do so by advocating in your legislative agenda for the state to help out with at-risk playgrounds, and I'm here to offer the support of Play MPLS to support staff in those efforts.
Thank you. Aaron Bogle, followed by Roxanne O'Brien.
Hi, I'm Erin Bogle. I live at 3447 15th Avenue South in Minneapolis. I'm asking that tonight you all vote to pause condemnations on ash trees until there's a system in place that doesn't harm residents financially or otherwise. The current system is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Roxanne O'Brien.
Hello.
Can you push the button?
Oh, do I just move it closer?
That
Like
was
that?
a microphone, a hand microphone.
Hello? Check one. All right. I was just hoping tonight that you guys pause the removals. I am aware of the fact that there is really no public health crisis happening that would make you guys have to remove all of our trees. That is a lie that you have continued to tell the public. And, you know, although I don't have any official people investigating you all, you know, the community has been investigating and has been collecting data and has been investigating throughout the city, talking with neighbors, door knocking, and joining forces with other people that you've also harmed. So I just ask again that you pause this, because we could have paused this a long time ago, but you guys went full speed ahead. We came and did the work for you. We did the engagement for you. We came and we testified multiple times. We had meetings multiple times. We've been at every single park board meeting multiple times.
Thank you. Is Gloria Reese in the room? Gloria Reese? Okay, that is the end of the list. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak? Anyone else? Anybody? Okay, with that, I'll close the open time. Thank you all for you taking the time to come down here, and thank you for your comments. Turning back to our agenda, would somebody like to move, it's an unfinished business, item 10.2.
I'll move Resolution 2023-246.
Yes.
Resolution setting the salary for Park Board Superintendent Al Bangora effective January 1st, 2024, and amending his contract.
Second.
Is there discussion? Oh, there's discussion. I see Commissioner Elper.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make a few brief points. When we think about our duties here as commissioners, you know, I remember the wise words of our attorney over here, Attorney Rice, that our big jobs here are to approve the budget, hire the superintendent, and hire the attorney. So I take this very seriously tonight, and it's not just about our wonderful superintendent, it's about our role as board members here. You know, and I think, I have a couple concerns, ethically and procedurally. You know, I think it's so important that we value our workers. You know, we look at the Parks for All comp plan and goal 8, which is cultivating a thriving workforce. And to me, I think about what the median wage is that we're paying, that other agencies are paying, that people are making in the city of Minneapolis. And I think that's where we need to be prioritizing our resources. I know that the budgets are, that the contracts are not finalized for next year, but that we can expect somewhere in the realm of 3.5%. And if you're making $60,000 a year, that's not a huge increase. You know, I wish that we could spread a little bit of this similar increase, you know, which equates more or less to 9% to our frontline workers. And so this is really, that gives me a pause here. And then procedurally, when we look at, we just approved our 2024 budget last night. We had a robust discussion at our November 15th, I think it was November 15th meeting about that 2024 budget. And, frankly, we were nickeled and dimed on amendments. And we were told, as commissioners, that we needed to calculate the budget impact of minute decisions here. And so I frankly am a little frustrated that this is coming through right after we approved the 2024 budget and that this was not included. And that we are now, I want to ask, what's the budget impact and where are we cutting? Where else could we be spending our money? So those are my concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go on to other commissioners, I meant to call Secretary Ringgold to the podium. I apologize. Perhaps you can provide some background on this process. Sorry about that. This is a level of multitasking I'm not sure I'm good at, so.
Gives me a moment to also take this other item off the screen.
And you might need the handheld mic, too.
They're both on. Commissioners, the item that you have in front of you tonight is a response to the contract you approved for the superintendent last year. So in your 2022 contract that you approved for the superintendent, you required that a market-based compensation study be conducted for that position by the end of this year. So this fulfills that requirement. We did do a market study of the entire organization in 2019. And at that point, we did make adjustments across the organization in categories where individual positions were below market. We didn't make adjustments if people were at market, and we didn't make adjustments if people were above market. But we did make adjustments at that time if folks were not within the market for their type of position. So that at that time, the superintendent position was not done. The superintendent position is the position within our organization that establishes the high point of our salary range. So as commissioners, as we walk into the budget process for 2025 and 2026, I suspect wage is going to be something that you're really focused on. And it's going to be something that we'll be looking to see what is your philosophy around the wage that you want to offer organizationally in 2025 and 2026, and what the overall budget impact is related to that. Your current budget assumes that there's a wage increase across the system. It assumes step movement across the system. It assumes longevity across the system. And it assumes that periodically throughout the year, there will be adjustments made because an individual asks for a reclassification or we need to do a study on a particular job description. That is built into your budget, and it's kind of a dollar that's built into your budget, a dollar amount built into your budget based on what we know of existing contracts, what we know of existing kind of pressures within that budget. So you do have already funding for this position, compensation study, as well as if there are others done within the organization during this time. But the last one that we did organizationally was in 2019. We will be likely needing to poise to do another one probably in the next year or two so that we have a sense of where the organization is in it from a market perspective. When we do that, when we look at market analysis, we do it very similar to what you are seeing in the background materials for this action, where you look at comparable jobs. You try to get a sense of what is the market saying for a comparable job. We try to look at a section of agencies, a section of industry to get a sense of what is it looking like within primarily the public sector for where it's going to be most competitive for the employees within our organization, for those positions that we hold within our organization. The other thing that we do when we do analysis is we look at not only where is the person in the market, but where are they within the organization. And I say person, and I should actually reference that as position, because you want similar positions with similar type of roles and responsibilities, whether they are in recreation or in environmental stewardship or planning, to be compensated at a comparable rate. We also need to look at where that position is in relation to their supervisor or the people that they supervise. Ideally, you don't have employees making more than their supervisor if you're doing this all right and you're working through your compensation components correctly. So there are multiple components that you look at, both the market, what is the market saying, what is competitive within the position, and different positions compete differently. Right? Not all positions compete the same depending on what the market pressures are. Like for a while, the tech area competed really heavily in comparison to other types of industries within the organization. So we have to be mindful of that. We need to look across the organization and making sure we're compensating similar positions similarly, and then we need to look at that compression between wages. In our organization, we have been compressed in two ways. We have been compressed because we've had a salary cap imposed by the state that would prevent a certain height for the top positions within the organization. That cap has been lifted, and we don't know what that is going to do across public sector in Minnesota. That could have some really big impacts. The other place that we have been, and I think we would all agree is a great way to be compressed, is that the city has been very progressive in raising the minimum wage. So we have pulled up our wages on that lower scale, part of the scale, and we've been held on the top scale, which means then your wage bands start to get really tight. Mm-hmm. So your difference between a supervisor versus an employee and those things get really tight in there. And that's been a problem. What you have in front of you tonight is a compensation study performed by our HR staff. They'd be happy to share with you more details about it. And by setting that, you actually set a new range for that top level of the organization, which then allows us to think about the organization as a whole. And I will take any questions.
Thank you. So I think Commissioner Olson was next. I would like to call on Commissioner Olson.
Okay. Yeah, I think I just have, thank you for that explanation. I mean, that's definitely helpful, and I've been reading the materials here. It's just very hard for me to, support such a large increase when I've heard repeatedly and met repeatedly with workers saying that they're struggling, and that their cost of living increases, haven't been there. And that's great to hear that, we'll be looking at that and we'll be analyzing that. I would just like to see that first before approving something kind of at the high end. And I would say that, we're really only about 1,000 away from what the study found was, within the market. So I think we're already fairly close. And so I would like to wait to make sure that, the backbone of our organization is compensated before we do that at the top there. So that's kind of what I'm feeling right now. This was kind of tough for me to try to separate my personal feelings about the man position, which are quite fond, and with how I feel that I have to represent the rest of our workers here. So.
Thank you. I'd like to just make a statement quickly that I think that there is, this number that's out there is the midpoint of the range that came out of the HR study. So there isn't a gap. But Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni. I think Commissioner Olson was referring to what the salary is currently, that it was near the range at the bottom of the range. So I think that sometimes these are lightning rods. As a union worker, as someone who has been a union worker for 30 years, these are lightning rods for us workers to feel unempowered and helpless. But I don't see it that way currently. I think that we need to value the employees that we have and compensate people who are going to lead us. And I have confidence that Superintendent Bangura is our best option right now for workers moving forward into the next couple of years when we create these new plans. So I think, and also speaking of a fiscal responsibility, if we think about $20,000 and we think about how much it would cost for a national search for a superintendent, which is what we would have to do, It is a lot more than that, in my opinion. And so I know that these are places where it's very easy for us as workers to feel like, why are they getting that and we're not getting this? And I don't think it's an unreasonable amount for the superintendent of the best park system in the country to be earning. I think it is fair market. I would have questions about the choice of job titles a little bit. I mean, but that's getting into the nitty gritty. That's not my job. I will be voting for this enthusiastically. I think we have a good superintendent. I think we need to work with him to build relations with our workers and make sure that we are putting a high value on the work that people do every single day in this organization, whether they're at the top of the organization or they are just entering the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, which a lot of young people and students do. So, from my personal opinion, as a worker, I see this as something we need to do, and it doesn't put us backwards. So I hope that my colleagues agree with me and support this enthusiastically, but also that we hear Commissioner Alper's concerns that we need to go through a process and think about how this is out of the budget process, which some of us were criticized for, and how it doesn't really fit with how this should go. So I was a little confused by that as well. But really happy to have that guy running our organization right now.
Thank you. I would actually also, I almost don't want to speak after Commissioner Menz, because I think you said some things I just really do agree with. And but I do think it's worth pointing out that the organization does do the annual adjustments, and that's been part of the contract for the superintendent as well. But for other people in the organization, and I think some people up here understand that because it's part of how they are paid and their employer, but there are steps or levels. And the superintendent has not had any step or level adjustments. I think the other thing is really, I think we can't, the removal of the governor's salary cap, that was just this calendar year in this legislative session. So as Secretary Ringgold said, I think we're going to see some shifting in the public sector salaries as a result of this. And I work in the public sector. It's always been a factor, for sure. Not for my salary, but for people in the organization. So essentially to my salary. It does have an effect in an organization. So I think this is a really good opportunity. We're honoring what was in the contract, in the resolution that we passed last year to actually do a market analysis that was just dumb luck that the governor's cap was removed, and I do think that the analysis was well done. I know that it iterated a few times with the board president and the HR staff. So, President Forney.
Yes, thank you so much, Vice President Pro Tem. Anyway, I engaged Vice President Abeni in this discussion because I was going to be out of the country. And I appreciate, first of all, her work on this and everything, but more importantly is the work of HR. This is a very unique situation, as she's indicated very articulately, about the fact that the cap has been raised. So we are going to be seeing an awful lot of ripple down effect of this. Everyone in the organization is going to benefit from this. So please understand that we are very cognizant of the impact, and I look forward to people being appropriately compensated as a result of this action. So I encourage everybody to support it because everyone will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing no further lights, I'd like to go ahead and take a vote on this resolution. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-246, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That passes. Would somebody move the next resolution, please?
I'll move Resolution 2023-207, a resolution approving a fundraising agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Minneapolis Parks Foundation related to fundraising intended to support design and construction of the North Commons Park Phase 1 improvements.
Second. Is there discussion? I see a Commissioner Menz light.
I was wondering if there was going to be a separate fundraising agreement for the ice rink, correct? And then there wouldn't be any overlap in this, correct, Dan?
Welcome, Mr. Elias. And he has to find the mic button.
President
There
Pro
you go.
Tem Abene, Commissioner Menz, that's correct. There's no overlap in that. Staff have engaged with the leadership at New Directions. We've had multiple meetings. We are moving forward with what's likely going to be a donation agreement for a pre-design study with them leading that effort for the refrigerated hockey at North Commons. You should have that Q1 of next year.
Sorry. Is there, like as you all are fundraising and you're reaching out to folks or however that's happening, if it does come up in conversations, like I'd really like to, are we going to direct them towards that group?
Yeah, Commissioner Menz, I'm getting a yes from the Executive Director of the Parks Foundation, who's leading the fundraising effort. We, staff, won't be involved in asking folks for funds. The Parks Foundation will. And the answer is yes.
Thanks.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much, President Pro Tem Abeni. I just wanted to call Tom Evers up to answer a silly question because this might be the last time that he is here. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all that you're doing and all that you've done for our organization with yours. And how are you tonight?
I'm great.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Abeni,
Yeah.
Commissioner Thompson, I'm great. And I'm really excited about this agreement. It's really building in. It'll allow you to move forward. And we are leaning in not only on the fundraising, but it's really important that we're successful at the Capitol this year for the bonding. Without that, this is not going to move forward. We're in it with you. And then, as this agreement is, that the programming. So when you open it, you've got community programs. So we're excited. The staff that is there is some of the best. In fact, they're better than me. So you've still got the stars, and Jennifer Dunham and Sean Lewis and the others in the organization, and the boards behind it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary Ringgold.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Benny. I know Tom wouldn't ask for this, but I do want to make the rest of the board aware that we are planning to do a formal resolution and a celebration of him. So tonight won't be, I hope, the last night you see him. We will bring him back so that you can spend a little bit more time saying some really great things. So that'll come.
Great, thank you. Is there further discussion? Any other discussion? So I think we can go ahead and take a vote on Resolution 2023-207. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution passes. So who wants to move the next resolution?
I'd love to move Resolution 2023-245, resolution accepting the Margaret A. Cargill Fund of the St. Paul, Minnesota Foundation donation of $500,000 to provide assistance for private property tree removal assessments for homestead property owners that reside within census tracts defined as disadvantaged by the White House Council on Environmental Quality, Climate, and I think that's supposed to be economic, justice screening tool in the city of Minneapolis.
Second.
Excellent, and I see Ms. Wiseman has stepped to the podium. This is a very exciting moment, so please take it away.
President Pro Tem Abeni and Commissioners, we are very grateful and excited to come before the board today with this resolution. Again, we have heard from community that assessments have an inequitable impact on homestead property owners within disadvantaged areas, and they have requested assistance, including retroactive assistance to January 1st, 2020. The City of Minneapolis and MPRB partnered and secured a federal grant that will aid property owners that reside in the C-Just areas within the City of Minneapolis with tree removals, but it will not provide relief retroactively. The Margaret A. Cargill Foundation, or Fund of the St. Paul, Minnesota Foundation, begins to address this unmet need for retroactive relief. Before I talk about the use of funds, I want to talk a little bit about the process that we went through with the representatives from Cargill.
Yeah, for sure.
So we were asked a series of questions and asked for data around those questions. And so they first wanted to know, they came to us and they wanted to help homestead property owners. And so they wanted to know if we would have the ability to get the information to them around homestead property owners. And we were able to do that. And then they asked about how could they best support the communities in need. And so the information around the federal grant, that's where the See Just information came. So we provided them with details and data on, from January 1st, 2020 to present, how much that would be as an ask from Cargill. They ultimately came back and said that they were not able to provide relief for the entire ask, and that they would donate or contribute $500,000 to this relief, and they would like it to go to the most current pending assessments and to help close the gap between now and when the federal grant is executed. So that's why, for the use of funds, the first priority was the private property tree removal assessments on homestead properties located in disadvantaged communities as defined by the See Just areas that are currently pending and remain unpaid with the MPRB. So we looked at the current pending assessments that were going to be levied. We looked at pending assessments that were not in this levy but have happened since that time, and we removed the administration charge for these properties, and the total came to $368,000. The second priority then will turn to this closing the gap between now and when the federal grant is executed. So that would provide relief to property owners within these See Just areas that have their trees removed from November 1st to the beginning of the federal grant. So I know that this body in the Admin and Finance Committee is going to be considering resolutions around the condemnation and tree removal practices. If that doesn't pass, then we will need to spend some time understanding, who receives pending assessments, and they would get first priority to the remaining funds, which is about $131,000. Once that's done, if you do pass the resolution this evening, obviously there won't be as many trees that become pending. There's some trees that have been marked, they've been assigned to contractors, and they're in the process of being removed, so we would deal with those. But if you stop the condemnation and the removal process, there wouldn't be any additional ones. So that would mean that there would be some remaining funds that we could then start directing retroactively to the property owners that have received levied assessments. And again, because we don't have enough funds in hand to pay for everyone's assessment back to January of 2020, we were looking at starting with the most current and moving back. And that's because the most current has the most years remaining, right? So kind of doing it backwards in that way. And because we don't have the funds to pay for all, we will need to develop a needs-based application process to provide this funding as the funding has been allowed. So the process has started. The superintendent by authority given by this board through Resolution 2023-11 has delayed the levying of assessments for the homestead property owners that qualify for this assistance, and the assessments will be cleared. Attached to the resolution is a document that lists the 169 trees that will be paid in full through this donation so that the public can view it and see if their property is one that is going to qualify for this funding. The Cargill worked with us in the end of this. Like we were emailing them daily so that we could pause the levying of the assessments by November 30th so that we wouldn't have to levy these assessments. And they worked with us and provided us with the confirmation that this was approved and it would be coming forward. And so the superintendent was able to delay this. The donation is expected to be received this month. Once that donation is received, we will process or mark all those trees as paid, and we will be mailing property owners a notification acknowledging that we received this donation and their assessment has been paid in full. So looking ahead, we all understand that this hasn't solved the full problem. Superintendent remains committed and continues to work diligently to seek additional support to continue the retroactive assistance. MPRB is asking for and accepting donations from individuals as well who are wanting to provide support for this relief. We have included that on our press release. We have included it in our NeoGov delivery. The MPRB is working with the city the city is ultimately developing the process. We have input on our part of the process for the process, outreach, and communications for the federal grant assistance. And again, like I mentioned, the MPRB is going to develop a process for the distribution of the retroactive relief if funds remain or become available. And the MPRB website, it hasn't yet been done, but the MPRB website will be updated to contain the status and information regarding these funding sources. And we will keep that updated as we learn new things. I was going to say one more thing and I can't remember, but so now I'll just open it up for questions.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. Would you go backwards to the slide with the map? I just have a
Oh, yes.
question. First of all, the graphics are amazing on this new monitor. But this says condemned and assessed trees. So these are both condemned and assessed on this map. So there may be, the map may have, it doesn't include condemned but not assessed. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so they're, if the gray dots represent trees, there are many, many more trees that have been condemned. They just weren't assessed because they were private pay or something like that. Okay, thank you. Questions? Well, I have a comment, and that is, I just am floored by the effort to do this and to find this opportunity for the park board and for the citizens of Minneapolis, to the superintendent and all those here at on the staff that worked on that. Thank you so much. It's just incredible. I think President Forney might want to say the same thing.
Truly, yeah, I am so excited. First of all, I guess I need to, more importantly, is thank Margaret Cargill.
Yeah.
I mean, the staff of the foundation for jumping on this. And I guess the other thing I need to also say is thank you, Tom Evers, for making the connection. That was huge. We really appreciate it. And you all rallied to make this happen. I know there was a tremendous amount of homework that was needed to do this, and you met the need, and I really am so grateful. Thank you all.
Other questions or comments? And also, I just want to say, also, I really appreciated the release, the press release, because it also listed out all of the different actions that have come from the board for addressing this issue. So I think with that, we could go ahead and take a vote on the approval of Resolution 2023-245. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution passes. So now we have a new item on the agenda. It doesn't have a resolution number, correct?
I don't believe so.
No. So would you like to, Commissioner Thompson, move that for discussion?
I would like to move resolution not numbered. And I'm happy to give the Cliff Notes version while you read. It's essentially a resolution to swap out the splash pad for a wading pool at Victory Park. There are obviously some details in there that I'm happy to answer questions. I know that Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Director Swenson also have some space. I can tell that there are already some questions, so I'm happy to give a background if that would please President Pro Tem Abeni.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, I moved it. There's no.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So now some discussion. I see Commissioner Musich's light.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni. So as I noted earlier, this is something that the board, the previous board to this board, discussed at length. And we had heard at that time that that we did not do enough engagement and that the community did not want a splash pad. So we paused. We reinitiated additional engagement. This is an area of the city that does not have access to water resources the same way that South Minneapolis does. And we felt that it was important to try to expediently figure out what should be done here and execute. Earlier this year, this board, on April 26th, we unanimously approved starting to spend money on building a splash pad in this location, and I believe we have already started to do that. So if staff could help me understand how much of the project budget we've expended up to this point, that would be helpful for me.
Thank you, Mr. Swenson.
President Pro Tem Abeni, Commissioner Musich. We've expended about $189,000 of the funding that we have to date, but we've encumbered the full $600,000 for the two contracts related to the splash pad.
So what is the financial impact to this institution if we were to pass the resolution in front of us this evening?
President Pro Tem Abeni, Commissioner Musich, we're not exactly sure. We would have to negotiate with the two companies that we already have contracts with. We estimate that it's about just over 15% of the contract we would have to pay for design fees, profit, et cetera, about $100,000.
So it'd be about $289,000 that we've expended already. Saying that they negotiate with us to that degree.
Yes.
Okay. Understanding that and understanding that we as an organization already approved this work, I think it would have been appropriate for a resolution like this to have come forward in April for us to consider. I cannot support something like this at this point. We've started the work. We should finish the work.
Commissioner Menz.
Actually, I was going to use to ask, Commissioner Thompson asked if she could give some background, and I would really appreciate that background from the district commissioner's perspective, and why you're wanting to change this project currently.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, if I may. I respect what Commissioner Musich had to say. under guidance of President Forney and staff when I was first elected. I knew the neighborhood wanted a pool, as Commissioner Musich referenced. It was suggested to me that that would wreck the timeline. So in April, when this came up on the consent agenda, I tried to keep the timeline. The timeline got changed anyway due to unforeseeable events. The community became moderately, I suppose upset is an okay word to use. So in talking with them, since there was a delay anyway due to this, I made a request of staff of, is it even still possible to get a pool? Since there has been a long delay in this is a much beloved pool. I'm interjecting on myself, but I can't state that enough. It's very beloved to me and very beloved to the neighborhood. So I just thought I would try. There's a small window. I know it comes to a cost to us. It's a small window, so it doesn't throw off the ultimate time frame that much. And so this is just sort of my appeal to you all. I recognize it comes with a cost. But as I said to neighbors and I was talking with staff, you know, these are assets. We won't, as we know from talking about with parkways or whatever, we don't touch these assets again for another 40 years. So if the neighborhood is trying to replace their pool versus the splash pad, and all due respect to the commissioners who've been on here much longer than myself, I'm not trying to cause policy problems. The reason this went on as an amendment was because this is our last board meeting of 2023. I hope that's enough information. I'm happy to add any other color. Thank you.
President Forney.
Oh, Commissioner Manson.
I don't know if it procedurally does just go back to me as part of the original 3
I
minutes.
thought you turned your light off. Okay.
Yeah, I think that we need to trust our commissioners too. And we need to trust that community engagement has a limit and that sometimes the timeliness comes out. I mean, speaking as a commissioner who has seen this process happen and seen this happen again, where it's just a little bit too late in the process, I think we need to listen to our district commissioners when they raise these things, not consistently, but where there's time, we need to trust that they have their pulse on the constituency and what happens. We have this similar situation with the Northeast Ball Field. And it feels really powerless as the commissioner that knows what the community needs and wants and understands their community and that particular park or space, and we can't still act and for the constituents. So although it's out of process and it was not the right timing, I think we should support this resolution. I'd also like to ask staff, what is the cost? So we're updating or change? Are we? I guess I'm not familiar with this resolution. Are we changing or building a new wading pool instead of a splash pad? Okay. What is the total cost?
Mr. Swenson.
President Pro Tem Abeni, Commissioner Menz, the action does a number of things. It changes the master plan that was approved by the board. It would rescind and then the concept approval that was passed by the board. It also rescinds two contracts that we have, one for the pool equipment and one for the pool, splash pad equipment and splash pad construction. And then it also then directs staff to go to a wading pool. So in addition to the amount we need to negotiate with the contractor that we have these two contracts with, to, again, if the action is passed, to rescind those contracts, then we anticipate when we come back to the board, we'll have funding to do the design work. We'll have to come back to the board for additional funding to award a contract because the wading pool will be more expensive than the splash pad. And we anticipate at this point, again, it's a public bid process, about $300,000 additional money would have to be brought into this to this park to pay for the the wading pool design and construction.
President Forney.
Thank you. First of all, I hear the district commissioner, and I appreciate, your ear to the ground. I was engaged in the original community engagement, and I was engaged in the second community engagement. No, it was not an overwhelming support of the splash pad, but I can tell you it was not an overwhelming support of the wading pool. It was higher for the splash pad. I feel it is disingenuous for us to, here now for the third time, change these decisions for the community. And I just feel that that's not an appropriate thing for us to be doing. I can tell you there are numerous things that my constituents have said, I do not agree with what you have decided, okay? If I were to change tides every single time that happens, we would not be able to go forward. So I really would strongly encourage you not to vote in favor of this amendment. As Dr. Svensson just shared, the cost is going to be considerably more, and we have to go through a whole process. We don't even know with inflation, et cetera, that how much more it really is going to be. We don't know what the cost or liability is to the present contracts that this board has voted on. So I like I say, I cannot tell you how many things that constituents have said, I disagree on what you voted on, but we need to move forward. Like I say, it was a stronger community support for, under 2 community engagements, for the splash pad. So I would really appreciate that people not support this amendment and let us move forward with the splash pad.
Thank you, President Forney. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni. All due respect to President Forney, I live a block away and I raised my son at that park. I own my house because of that pool. And I had no clue that our community engagement happened, because that's how disconnected that process was. To speak for my neighbors, which I feel very confident to speak for them, the old pool there was a drop, right? It was about a foot and then to 18 inches. And the critique was around accessibility for not able-bodied people, not understanding that there is a zero entry now that we do with splash pads. And so understanding that disconnect in the engagement as a neighbor, I fully respect, and that is why I bring it to you. As my mother said, it doesn't hurt to ask. I fully respect the costs, and I would just go back to, I am sure that this is what the neighborhood would prefer. I stake my life on it. I have lived there for 14 years. And that I understand the cost, and I would just advocate to say, we don't touch these things again for 40 years. I leave it to you. This is the best I can do. All I'm doing is asking. Thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
As someone who has also had that experience within the community where there was engagement, and I live a block or two, and I was not aware of it, or at least not to the level where, as a constituent, I was really able to engage. So I want to trust our community engagement process, but it's very hard to do community engagement. As a teacher, as someone who reaches out to communities of different backgrounds, it is hard and it is imperfect, and that is not a criticism of our community engagement department. Absolutely not. We are doing the best we can. But our elected officials who live close to these parks, who care about these, Commissioner Thompson is staking her reputation on this amendment. And that is more important than whether or not we had 2 community engagements adequately or inadequately done, not based on staff competency happening. So 4 years ago, I'm voting for this.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I just have maybe this is a question for staff, but I'm curious if there's a way this particular park can support that, or these funds come from another project in Commissioner Thompson's area that may be something that the community has to weigh, that it's going to be a cost to them in amenities in another location, is my question. And then what is the time frame for delay?
Another 2 years.
President Pro Tem Abeni, Commissioner Schaefer, correct. Let me take the delay first. In some ways, we have to start all over here. However, staff is engaged, we're working. We would need to hire a pool design consultant, move that agreement forward, start design work, engage from an informed level with the community. I can't make any promises. We anticipate that we would be able to be out for bids sometime in the summer. We'd have to look at how the bidding climate is. Does it make sense to bid in the fall? So we're going to be delayed a little bit on the opening from when the splash pad would have been finished. So there will be a delay. Funding, yes, I think working with Director Arvidsson, giving some options, bringing forward some information to the board at the time that the contract would be awarded. We would look at other projects that would be delayed within Commissioner District 2. So that's typically what we do when we have to fund projects in a district. Commissioner Benz knows we moved some projects around this year ahead of time, and so we delayed something in his same district. So that's what we would do, and we would work with I'd work with Director Arvidsson on that.
Thank you. And then my only other comment to Commissioner Thompson is, if maybe you would want to know what those projects are before you. Maybe if there's a point where you want to wait and find out some more information, I don't know. But I'm just saying, sometimes it's helpful to count the cost in a sense if we have this information before plowing ahead. That's my only just thoughts at this point, but I appreciate this.
I guess, I've had people in my district ask me, not onesies or twosies, but more, for something that didn't make it into a master plan. And I said, well, it's not in the master plan. And so I've sort of said we have to sort of respect that process because it was vetted at the time. And because I think if we start doing this, then I think we should do it, then I shouldn't take such a hard line with my constituents. And then, Commissioner Thompson, I get it, but I think that the concern is that this has a major impact. We're under contract with a supplier, with contractors, and so without that last part, maybe it's something to think about, but again, then I think all master plans are on the table for, all approved plans are on the table for later adjustment. So with that, I have to say that I won't support this, so I apologize for that. Are there other comments? Okay, so let's, this is a moved item, there's no resolution number.
I'm requesting a roll call vote.
Like a roll call vote?
Requesting a roll call vote
Okay.
on this, please.
Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Nay.
Commissioner Rucker.
No.
Commissioner Olson.
Nay.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
President Forney.
No.
President Pro Tem Abeni.
Nay.
You have 3 ayes, 6 nays.
Thank you. Okay, that is our unfinished business. Now we're going to move on to new business, and we have a presentation on the Kmart site. So Colleen Odell is here to tell us all the interesting tidbits.
Good evening, President Pro Tem Abeni and Commissioners. Feels like open mic night here with this. The new Nicollet redevelopment is being led by the city in the area that's known as the old Kmart site in South Minneapolis. in the Whittier neighborhood. And over the last year, the city has invited park board staff to take part in discussions about what the future of this spot might look like. We do have some adopted policy in relations to this. This is from the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. We have a park search area in this area, Park Search Area B, Whittier, Lowry Hill East, which has increasing density of rental properties without yards in this particular neighborhood. We also have in the adopted comprehensive plan, Parks for All, under our park acquisition section, Guideline A, which identifies that we should prioritize acquisition of parkland in these areas with park gaps, areas of the city that are densifying, and the new Nicollet redevelopment site fulfills both of those criteria. I'd like to introduce Adrienne Bachheim, who's a principal city planner with the city of Minneapolis, to say a little bit more about this project.
Welcome. Thank you, Colleen. Good afternoon, President Pro Tem Benning and commissioners. As Colleen said, I'm part of a team of city staff. We're managing the larger New Nicollet redevelopment project, also known as the Kmart. And my colleague Rebecca Perel is also here. She leads the development side of the project, and I'm leading the public space part of the project. The New Nicollet redevelopment project has two overall elements. The city is building the street back through the site, and the rest of the site will be redeveloped as a mixed-use walkable district. We don't know exactly what that will look like yet, but certainly commercial and housing uses will be in there. And we've also included planning for public space as a key part of this planning process because we don't want it to become an afterthought. The city has planned a robust series of public engagement. It's 3 phases. Last year we did our phase 1 of engagement in which we were focused on listening to the needs and desires of the adjacent communities. And we heard everything from affordable housing to business opportunities to public safety to transportation to green space. And this year we are in our phase 2 of engagement, which consists of 2 separate but parallel projects. Public Works is developing a conceptual design layout for the new block of Nicollet Avenue going through the site. And CPED is working on a public space framework. And you might ask, what is that? And that is a document that will guide future public space on the site. It's not a final design, it's not a master plan, but it identifies locations of public space on the site, as well, which could take the form of parks or other gathering places, biking or walking routes, and also looks at stormwater strategies and public art. In early next year, city staff will bring 2 recommendations to the council, one for the street layout and one for public space framework. There is a phase 3 that will be starting mid next year that will look at the development portion of the site. And today I will be focused on sharing with you what we've heard so far about the public space framework and some concepts that we've brought out to the public recently. In the phase 1 engagement, we were asking folks about their overall needs, and green space and public space was the second most popular theme that we heard from folks. We heard that there's a great need and desire for public space here, for recreation, for gathering space. The slide is showing the most common comments that we heard through that process. Park and green space was the top one in that category, but we also heard a lot about gardens, greening in general, trees, playground spaces, recreation spaces, indoor and out, and other community gathering spaces. Part 2 happened this year, and this is where we asked folks to then help us prioritize on that list. What is the most important of those things that we heard? And floating to the top was flexible public space for a variety of different kinds of activities, community gathering spaces, both indoor and out, play areas, and then also, once again, hearing more about green space like gardens, shade trees, and also amenities like restrooms, drinking fountains, and mobility hubs. Then, based on what we heard during part 1, the design team came up with 3 different concepts on the site showing where park space could happen and or connections that could happen on the site itself. We asked the public to rate those concepts and tell us about their favorite features. And this happened this fall, so this was October and November that we were doing this work. We are currently still analyzing that data, and the outcome of that will inform which concept is chosen by city staff to recommend to city council and the mayor in early 2024. So I'll walk you through those 3 concepts now. Concept A features a linear park located adjacent to the Midtown Greenway. It features 2 rectangular public spaces that support a variety of community gathering and recreational uses. It also includes a pedestrian connection east-west through the site, through those public spaces. We did hear concerns about shadowing on this type of space in this location, and we are conducting sun and shade studies to make sure that the park is not in deep shade all the time. Concept B features a linear park along the new block of Nicollet Avenue with space for recreation gathering, along with a wide promenade along new commercial space that would be along Nicollet Avenue. In addition, to provide better access in the area, the Lake Street, the development along Lake Street would be pushed back a bit to accommodate a formal bikeway to connect the bikeways that are on Blaisdell and will be on First Avenue. Concept C includes a square or rectangular park also with gathering and recreational spaces. It's also located adjacent to the Midtown Greenway, but on the east side of the site. And the reason for that is it would be nearest the location where the Greenway ramp entrance may be relocated in the future. And here I'll just explain quickly that part of this project is exploring the relocation of this ramp and from its current location between Blaisdell and Nicollet. And the reason for that, and its access point is currently on Nicollet Avenue. The reason for that is because the ramp itself is physically attached to the Nicollet Avenue Bridge, and that will likely be rebuilt as part of this project. Staff is recommending that the ramp be relocated 1 block to the east because it also helps us to address some of the issues with that ramp currently. Where it is currently, it narrows the trail in the Midtown Greenway by quite a bit. So it would allow us to widen that, and then it would also allow us to better connect right up to the future bikeway that would be on First Avenue. With the ramp entrance closest to the northeast corner of the site, this concept also includes a diagonal pedestrian promenade through the site, which also includes a bikeway, which will allow bikers to directly connect from the Blaisdell bikeway on the southwest corner all the way up to the relocated Greenway ramp entrance. And with that, I will hand it back to Colleen.
Thank you. So what does this mean for Park Board and potential park space in this area? As we've already said, we've got some adopted policy saying that we have a park gap identified in this area and that we support acquisition of this type. This area is about a 10-acre site, and once Nicollet goes down the middle of it, there'll be about 8.5 acres that'll be developed. If you think about maybe a standard park dedication situation where 10% might become parkland, that would be a 0.85 acre park. There's existing parks in our system that are around that size, including 2 of our most recent, Market Square and Tower Side, to give you an idea. We did, in the course of this last year, have some discussions with staff from multiple departments as well as our executive team about these different sorts of public framework layouts, and received a lot of feedback, including concerns wanting to make sure that Park Board staff are the ones who lead design and build if this does become a park, that a large contiguous piece of land seemed to be preferred over smaller or linear pieces, that we really do need space for our recreation and maintenance staff and equipment with any new park, and that there are some safety and access concerns in an area this dense of the city. So what happens next? These discussions have been ongoing. Staff hopes to early next year bring a resolution before you to direct staff to prepare an agreement with the city for a potential future park there. taking into consideration the really great work that the city has already done on engagement, but recognizing that we would then lead any design work. I do want to thank our partners at the city who've been very open from the beginning at making sure that Park Board had a voice at the table. Early next year, city staff would bring their framework to city council. We would iron out those agreements, bring them to both this board and the city council. And then in the future, the city would convey the land. We would come up with a concept plan and ultimately develop it. Those dates are not yet determined. And with that, I'll open it for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Odell. So, I can't see the monitors. So, yep. Someone's, Commissioner Alper's requesting a slide, yep. And go ahead, why don't you put your light on and ask, Commissioner Alper?
Yes, could we go back to the slide that has the 3 different options and that one? Thank you.
Okay, President Forney.
Thank you. This is very, very, very exciting. I'm so grateful for this partnership. So if I understand correctly, that we would not be waiving the parkland dedication fees, is that correct?
President Forney, Commissioner, these are all things that are under discussion right now.
Thank you. So otherwise, we don't have any identified funding for this park land?
At this moment, I don't believe so, no.
Okay. I'm just very excited. Yes, I hope that we will keep the parkland dedication fee intact, I guess is the best way to put it. And I will just give you my vote, and I love the, what is it, C? The last concept. It's just very, very exciting, and a great activation is possible there. And to me, that area, the city is really hungering for it, and so hoorah.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Maybe you can clarify this for me. I thought I heard you say that they might donate the land as their park dedication fee amount?
On this
I think I'm going to call Rebecca up here.
Good evening, President Pro Tem Abney and Commissioners. Rebecca Perel. I also work in community planning and economic development for the City of Minneapolis. I'm in our business development group, and do more of the real estate transactions. So was a part of purchasing the 10 acres and paying out the Kmart lease, and then will be involved with the disposition and or conveyance of the land. And so in this case, we haven't gone to council with any actions to either, how we would address the park dedication fee in collaboration with the park board. But I do think that we are very excited about this, and so I can see a very collaborative effort where we can come together with a conveyance that will work for both the park board and the city council. I just want to make sure that we're, presenting to our elected official bodies in sort of a step-by-step fashion. So I think it's a little too early for me to say anything.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And obviously, this is really exciting. Maybe this is the nature of being a park commissioner, but you always want more, because you hear the community voice of community garden, right? And we have the example of what that does to bring people together. You hear about playgrounds, and then, I don't know, there's just so much potential there, and I think parks bring activation to business development, to residential areas that, breaking this super block into smaller blocks just is the greatest thing ever to begin with. But I would just encourage you to really value that green space. And I know it's what you've heard, but this is kind of a once in a very long time opportunity. And so any kind of green space that we can give back to the city of Minneapolis in this kind of neighborhood is historic and is something that your development group could really trumpet and take great pride in. So I just want to tell you thank you, and I'm excited to see how this progresses. And thank you for thinking of the shadows and all of these things. So it's exciting. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President. Oh, my mic. Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni. I think like every Minneapolis resident, I am thrilled to see Nicollet being reconnected. I'm very excited to see a really large parking lot and single-story building be repurposed into something that is more in line with what residents are looking for out of the city at this time, and probably long into the future. So very excited to see this moving forward. And staff has done an excellent job of really bringing forward a lot of things that I think you would have heard from us if you had come to us first for feedback. So I'd like to make clear that these are things that I'm very supportive of as well. Anything that allows us to have a successful tree canopy be part of the park development is really important. We've all talked ad nauseum about the importance of trees since we've joined each other here at the dais. So anything you can do to help make that happen, I think would make all of us pretty excited. Like my colleagues, I would love to see something more contiguous and solid as a park space versus something linear, because we can put more amenities there that can feed off of each other. In a linear space, that becomes much more difficult. So having something more concentrated really appeals to me. I think that was everything I wanted to say. It's awesome that we're at this point now, and I can't wait to see it actually become this thing that we've all dreamed of for so long.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, would just like to, echo a lot of those comments. Really looking forward to be, positive partners on this going forward. And as far as, kind of concepts here, I really do like the third one. I like that it's kind of, it's away from, the really chaotic Lake Street. It's away from really pretty chaotic Blaisdell, and, in a space that's surrounded by, Lake Street, Blaisdell, 35W, and now the new off-ramp and on-ramps there, and creating a whole lot of hecticness. To be able to kind of have a spot that is a bit of a respite from that and those dangers and that pollution, I think is really nice. And I know it's not really in our purview, but I would certainly encourage that the road, when it opens up, be transit only. I think one of the positive aspects of each street and Nicollet in general is that it's not just another super busy, super concentrated, super dangerous north-south thoroughfare. And if we're putting activities where we want kids to come and ride and be able to go on their own, if we have another place where folks are just trying to speed through, that could be a bit counter to what the goals we're trying to set out here for a really positive space where folks can kind of get away from all that. So that's just something that I'm thinking of. So far, it's looking great, and I mean, this is very, very exciting.
I'll just say this, thank you for the presentation, thanks for the work. It is exciting. It must be fun to work on that, honestly. So my district's right across the Lake Street, and it's the corner of my district, and I believe there's some family housing and things like that on my side, on the district side by Horn Towers, I believe it's called, and the townhomes in that area. So I agree, I think the linear option isn't great. However, you will have right-of-way that can have amenity space in it and can be green, connecting to the park. And that's something that we should also really take advantage of and understand. Although it might not be park space, it can still feel part and connected to that park space. And then the last thing I would say is if there's some way to look at a crossing at Lake Street, because there will be people coming from my side of my district to that location, and it's a busy location, and how that will be addressed with the new Nicollet cutting through. So, other comments or? Okay. I'm sorry, I can't see anything over the monitor canopy. That's what we have here now. Okay, so with that, what we're going to do is we're going to recess the full board. We're going to move to planning, then we're going to move to the Intergovernmental Relation Committee, And we're gonna do those two committees, and we're gonna come back to the full board, and then once we're through the full board, we'll go to the other two committees. So sorry if that was too meta, but I'm turning over the dais here to the planning committee chair.
Great. Thank you. I would, at 7 o'clock, I would like to call to order the planning committee. Secretary, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Co-chair Benny.
Here.
Co-chair Elper.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. Would someone move the agenda, please?
So moved.
All right, all those in, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes. So next, we have one action item before us. Could somebody move that resolution?
I will move Resolution 2023-244. Resolution approving the naming of the chalet at Theodore Wirth Park, the Eddie Manderville Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park, within Theodore Wirth Park Regional Park.
Okay, and with that, I would like to, before we go to commissioners, I'd like to invite Deputy Superintendent Ringgold for a presentation.
Thank you, Co-Chair Elper. I think this will be probably the third time I've given some presentation similar to this to you, but this is the night in front of you where you have the opportunity to vote on this item. You have asked that if it passes at committee, that it goes to full board, so tonight might represent a completion of this process. So the nomination in front of you is for the chalet at Theodore Wirth Park. The name recommended from staff is to call it the Eddie Manderville Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park. We received an official nomination for this on December 9th, but we also have record of receiving nominations much sooner than that, as early as October 2nd, 2021, which is important because that means today is 2 years at least after the original nomination was made. All of the notifications on this are complete. The public hearings are complete. They all have the correct attendance. Since this is in a regional park, it had to be reviewed by the Metropolitan Parks and Open Space Commission, the Minneapolis Heritage Preservation Commission, and the State Historic Preservation Office. None of them found an issue with this. We have articulated over time the history of the chalet. We have articulated over time kind of the naming elements of this chalet. So this chalet came into being in kind of that 2022 to 2020, or 2022 to 1923 time period, which ironically I'm just realizing is about 100 years ago. And it had a few different names and different documents of golf house and clubhouse and golf building, but it really started to take kind of shape of being the chalet at Glenwood, because this park used to be called Glenwood. And you can see, for example, in this photo, kind of maybe a clubhouse at Glenwood Park. You can see what the original costs were associated with it. But then we note that in September of 1938 is when the entire park was renamed, and when that renaming happened, it established a naming structure for anything that had previously had Glenwood in it, and that it would become the Theodore Wirth. And so in this case, we look at that as establishing the naming structure for the chalet as the chalet at Theodore Wirth Park. This is what allows it to become the Eddie Manderville Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park and still retain that initial naming component as well. We have records of this, so many of you know that Theodore Wirth was a very good documenter of things that happened during the time where he was the superintendent. So there's a whole series of books, we call them the Wirth books. Many of them have photos of different items, clear record of information that happened, and they, by and large, were written by him. Right, and so in this particular case, you see a couple of photos, one from 1925, the chalet at Glenwood Park, now Theodore Wirth Park, establishing again, reaffirming that naming structure. and then eventually a photo of him in front of the park at the chalet at Theodore Wirth Park. So we continue to feel pretty strongly that that is the naming structure that was in place and something that he indeed was a part of establishing. The nomination for Eddie Manderville comes to us from Martha Arredondo. You heard from her earlier this evening, as well as other individuals who have continued to kind of champion this naming process. And it really stems from Eddie Manderville's excellence not only as a golfer, but his contributions to Minneapolis as well as the Theodore Wirth, including playing a role in desegregating Theodore Wirth Men's Golf Club. And then, you know, you also heard tonight from individuals who were talking about how Eddie Manderville was important in kind of creating that next generation and expanding golf to women. And so those are pieces that are also highlighted in terms of this request. And most recently, he was inducted into the Minnesota Golf Hall of Fame. An earlier presenter or earlier speaker actually asked, are there any criteria for your considerations? And I explained these 3 criteria to that individual. So one of them is really thinking about this naming and kind of the group of namings within the system. Does it kind of meet that same kind of level of standard consistency? For this particular item, the most recent one you have is actually the Solomon Hughes Senior Golf building renaming that happened, so that's very parallel to this. It would suggest that this is probably very consistent with that type of naming that's already happened. You also should be considering the opinions and responses from the community. You've had 2 public hearings. You've certainly heard the public testimony. You also have within the board packet the email correspondence that came. And then also for regional park assets to be considering the insights from the Metropolitan Parks Open Space Commission, the Minneapolis Heritage Preservation Commission, and the State Historic Preservation Office, all of which indicated no issue. I will put a sidebar on that. A few of those groups are saying, I don't know that you need to ask us about your naming requests in the future, so that'll be something that we likely reevaluate in our overall naming process. They don't feel like they need to weigh in on your decisions in some of those cases. But because of all of that, this does come to you with staff recommendation for Eddie Manderville Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park. Just as a reminder, there are several namings in progress. There are several that you've already completed or have recently completed. And that is the end of the presentation.
Great, thank you so much. I want to open it up for any questions or comments by commissioners. Okay, all right, well, I don't see any, so I would like to take this to a vote. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes. Congratulations, and it will be considered at full board shortly. And then I should say that's all we have on our agenda tonight, so with that, I will adjourn the planning committee. And go back to...
Now we'll actually convene the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. Commissioner Olson.
I would like to call to order the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee. Secretary, if you'd please take the roll.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Elper.
Here.
Co-Chair Benny.
Here.
Co-Chair Olson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right. If someone would please move the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It is approved, and we do have some minutes that need to be moved. Would someone please move those as well?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those are approved as well. All right, the first on our action items here, we have our Intergovernmental Relations Administrator, Pamela Gokemeyer, could someone please move resolution 2023-237?
2023-2-65, Legislative and Intergovernmental Committees, resolution approving the draft of the 2024 MPRB State Legislative Agenda. And that would be 2023-237, not 2023-65.
Fantastic. Off to you, Pamela. is there a presentation? Do we want a presentation on this? Or?
Yes.
Okay, yes, please. Perfect.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Abeni and Co-Chairs.
I think your light is red, but yeah.
Oh, do I need to hold this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to kick it off and just give some context. So today the forecast came out and it showed a $2.4 billion surplus, but it also showed an impending, or in 26-27, a possible deficit of $2.3 billion. So it's kind of a wash in terms of the funding that the upcoming legislature will have to work with. The February forecast will be the one that informs their targets and their spending decisions on a supplemental budget. But that kind of gives you the lay of the land. It's going to be very different from last session in terms of spending capability. It's an even year, so that's a traditional bonding year. They did do a very large bonding capital investment bill last year, but that's because of the surplus that we had. So this will be a traditional bonding year. The DFL did set aside some cash if they don't have the support to do the vote necessary, the supermajority, to do a traditional capital investment bill. So I expect we will see, it will be smaller, but we will see some kind of a bonding bill this year. And then the supplemental budget will occur as well, but won't be as robust as we might have hoped. So when we're entering a bonding year, we start our legislative agenda, and this was put together. What you see here is a collaboration with staff, with my co-chairs, with President Forney, and with my lobbying team. So I wanted to point out on the Met Council bonding, I did make an amendment, and I will make it going forward. We had 50 million requests in previously. This year it's going to be 15 million. That's a collective request from the 10 Metro Parks implementing agencies. Met Council will match, I think it's 10 million to that. They do a 2 for 3. And then our individual bonding projects are listed here. One thing that is different from last year is that we has suggested moving waterworks. These are ranked, and we suggested moving waterworks phase 2 to the last position, and that is because it's not ready today to receive that funding. The plan is not finalized. We are working with Friends of the Falls, and there's a lot of community involvement in that. And that's certainly something we will be involved with when it's ready. But that's why we had suggested moving it to number 7. And you'll also see number 6 is a study that the board approved that has been conducted. It's a new pedestrian bridge connecting North and Northeast Minneapolis here over the Mississippi River. So we don't have a price on that, and that was not part of our official submissions that were due in the spring to MMB. But it might be something that leadership wants to work on in the legislature. So we've added it to the agenda. So you'll see here under state funding are all the traditional buckets of money. We have LGA, we have legacy funding, O&M, we have LCCMR, and we have one project, the Shingle Creek Shoreline Habitat Enhancements Project, has so far gone through. LCCMR was selected to be included in their package that they have not yet voted on, but will be sending to the legislature at the end of the year for consideration, so that's good news. These are all things that were on here before in terms of invasive species, emerald ash borer, Dutch elm, urban forestry. Parkway funding, this is new, and this is pertains to the reconstruction, not the repair and maintenance, but reconstruction and then the major programs. This is funding we have not traditionally received from the state because of the way the taxes have not been given to the MPRB for our parkways. That's not been part of their it's not part of their statute right now, but it's something that we thought would make sense to talk to the transportation chairs to see if they're amenable to considering, including us in future funding for the major renovation parkway projects. And then the skate park funding is still on there, but they did do a considerable grant last year, so I don't anticipate that funding coming again, but it's certainly something that we support. And likewise, we got a really nice grant for our youth employment programs that Mary Lynn Pulsher is doing a fantastic job with. We don't have an ask this year for funding, but we want to keep doing that work and show what we're going to do with this new money that we got, and expand. We've got a lot of great programming for youth that is being showcased. This next one is new, the Blue Line Extension anti-displacement work. This is an initiative spearheaded by the county and involves all of our government partners, including the city. They are seeking financial support to help out with the neighborhoods and the businesses that are going to be impacted by the Blue Line Extension, and we certainly want to partner with them on that effort. And then the policy issues here, these were the property tax relief we added last year. All penalties for assault was added last year. These were all last year. Okay, at the bottom, the NPR Policy Board, this is something that the city has asked us and others to support. It's a rather minor change, but it's allowing substitution if we're absent from one of the NPRP Policy Board meetings, that we are able to appoint someone to go in your stead. And it's something they're not able to do now, so it's prevented a lot of the work from happening. So it's a pretty simple ask, but I thought it was worth adding to our agenda.
Great, thank you so much for that. I will go to Co-Chair Abeni.
Thank you, Co-Chair Olson. And so I also think we might have an amendment to move associated with this. Would this be appropriate to do it now? Or?
Yeah, we can do it now. So I will move an amendment from Commissioner Schaefer here. It would read, whereas SF 2820-HF 2936 was introduced during the 2023 session, whereas this action was introduced by Representative Hornstein on behalf of the Loring Park community, resolved the following paragraph be added to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's 2024 legislative agenda under state funding. And then it would read, Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund, SF 2820-HF 2936, $2 million in fiscal year 2024 is appropriated from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund to the Commissioner of Administration for a grant to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to restore Burger Fountain at Loring Park and for improvements to the surrounding plaza. Commissioner Schaefer, I don't know if you want to speak on it, but folks, it's pretty straightforward. We have a representative who's seeking funding for a project that the community has been working very hard to restore, and anytime we have a representative looking out for us like that, I think it's good that we support them. So I think it's a fairly straightforward addition here.
You said it perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on that specific amendment? Co-Chair Abeni.
Yeah, I just wanted to say on that specific amendment, Ms. Gokemeyer pointed out that we haven't traditionally gotten money from that category, so that's excellent. And I think we talked briefly about that this could go at the end of the list of before the policy items, because it isn't a bonding request, it's something else, but that's a way for it to be tracked on the agenda. May I speak to just a couple of other items that aren't specifically about that?
Sure.
The other, just a couple of things, on the addition of the parkway funding item for reconstruction. So remember, the age of the parkways that were there were there's no real plan for that, and the city doesn't do it. But part of the work with the city on the paving increases, the increase to the paving budgets, was a commitment that we would look for reconstruction funding. And then I just also want to point out, we pulled off a couple of other things on here. We pulled off the stormwater one. That was really related to statutory language. And it's not that it's not important anymore, but now that we have what we've gotten with the city, I think we can kind of pivot and just work from that. And we also pulled off the groundwater one, and that work is actually proceeding at the state level in a coordinated fashion. But the reason I bring those things up is that one of the things that we heard from our lessons learned when Ms. Gokemeyer and Council Rice presented to us last summer, the results of the session, and it was so positive, but a lean-looking agenda is probably a good thing. That's what we heard. So that's it for me.
I see 2 other lights. Are any related to the amendment? Oh, President Forney.
Thank you, Chair Olson. I am not on this committee. First of all, I'm very appreciative of Representative Hornstein in wanting to carry this. One of my thoughts, though, is that we have a great deal of historic and iconic structures in the system. And my concern always, since I have known about this fountain for decades, needing help, is that I would like us to somehow create a policy being able to create sustainability. Whether that happens to be an endowment for these specific assets, whatever it might be, but they have been difficult to fund, and I would just like to avoid future generations having to seek the funding again. And so if we can somehow create some sort of a policy, and also one that is equitable throughout the system. So I would like to encourage staff to be able to maybe come up with some sort of policy regarding these historic and iconic assets in the system. And also I want to say that I did receive we all did, a fundraising letter from Loring Park, and they refer to it as the Dandelion Fountain. Mm-hmm. I'd really encourage us renaming that, because to me, I think it captures what it is.
Commissioner Schaefer, I see you turned on your light during that. Do you have a response?
Yeah, I just, I believe that there will be some maintenance in this fundraising agreement. I don't think it's going to be just the asset itself. I'm not 100% on that, but obviously that's a concern of any uptime that we do an MOU with a group.
Great. Well, let's take a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the moved amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The amendment passes. And now on to the amended item. I see Commissioner Alpert.
Yes, thanks. I'm really excited about this legislative agenda and what we might be able to achieve this year, this upcoming year. So that's great. I wanted to bring up a couple points, and I can't make it so I can see everybody and still have my feet touch the floor. But a couple things just to bring up that I know a number of us have been hearing about has to do first with copper wires and lights, copper wire theft, and street lights, particularly along our parkways. And I would encourage us to spend a little time, and I don't have the language before me, but I would like, if people are amenable to it, I'll work with staff and craft something that we could put on our legislative agenda, because I think it really requires a state solution to deal with this, because obviously just doing business as usual is, the city keeps replacing the copper wire and it keeps being stolen. So we need to craft some state laws around it, is what I've been hearing. Okay, great, I will work on that. And then the other one I just wanted to talk about, float with you all here, has to do with these at-risk playgrounds around Minneapolis. And they're not ones that we currently own, but we are getting, it's helping our Trust for Public Land Park score, and I I'd like to see some sort of solution come together, and I believe that's where the state could potentially come and help out with this. So to be, I don't have the language before me with that either, but if you're amenable, I will also work on that if that's something I think that we can have it be passed. But that's just something that I wanted to float with you all, because they do impact the whole city, and they are currently they are serving a park-like purpose for our residents, and I think there's mobilization from at a city level, interest at the state. I think potentially this is solvable if a coalition can be built. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Commissioner Menz.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Olson. So I was really excited to see the non-vehicular bridge. So I didn't make an amendment, but I know that it's commonly referred to as the Great Northern Greenway. There's trails in the northeast side, and there's a trail at 26th Avenue that goes to Worth Park. So I don't know if it's just a suggestion that maybe we name it. I think what I'd like, there's a feasibility study that was going to be done. That's not part of this funding. That's going to be as a result of what comes out of that feasibility study. Is that what I'm hearing? What is the feasibility study? I mean, the planning department's been working really on this. We found some funding to do a study on whether or not a bridge would go over there. For background, if none of you are familiar with the River First plan, there was a plan a long time ago to have that bridge, the railroad bridge that I walk over each time that I come to the park building, to be a transit way, a pedestrian and bike friendly, but that might not be an option because it's the railroads. So we're coming up with a new plan to possibly build our own separate bridge.
Chair Olson and Commissioner Menz, that is correct. In fact, we have received already the first draft of the feasibility study. Tyler Patterson's been reviewing that intently, and we're hoping to get a more complete draft within just a few weeks.
That's amazing. So this could be a really, this has been something that from when I ran, there were people who were advocating for this, and also as a teacher at Edison High School, and as a person who knows the connection that dedicated pedestrian and bike bridges can do between communities. I think it's a really awesome thing to keep on our agenda, and at least start that process of relationship building with the legislature around what a bridge like this could do to connect communities and sort of make the river a meeting place of different communities instead of like a dividing section. So I was really super, whoever got this on the agenda, thank you very much. I think that it's a really, it would be a really valuable amenity for our transportation and also just as a visual over the river.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you for recognizing me as I'm not on this committee. I have a question, I guess, for Council Rice or Ms. Golkemeyer around if you've heard anything more from the legislature around cannabis. Minnesota was one of the few states that did not prohibit public smoking of cannabis in public spaces, and this has created a hardship for municipalities, for park systems, to kind of be working through this process, and I know we're working through it ourselves. I just was curious if there was any input or if this is something we may want to include on our legislative agenda as far as a position on that, or if you've heard anything on that topic.
Co-chairs Abeni and Thompson.
Could you, the mic, sorry, the mic's not on. Thank you.
Well, that's good. Co-chairs Olson, Abeni, and Commissioner Schaefer. I have not heard anything recently about it, other than they don't have a director in place yet. But yes, it is something that will need to be addressed, I think, going forward. And I think I would imagine they will be doing some cleanup of that statute this coming session. I don't know if you.
Yeah, and maybe just do a quick comment on that. We have worked internally with a work group. Ms. Johnson from my office has been on it, Pamela, we've all been monitoring it. I have not been made aware directly of any change to that statute. I think it is an issue, it is a public issue. I fully expect the Republicans to bring it up as an issue. 24 states now have legalized marijuana. 23 of the 24 states have, by state law, prescribed its use in public spaces. Minnesota did not, but I think it will be an issue. So we'll monitor it.
Thank you for that update. And I guess I would just encourage us as colleagues to think about that. I mean, do we want to be the first state not to follow that route in not considering any regulation around public spaces when we do have public space regulation for smoking around our government buildings, et cetera, et cetera. So it seems a little inconsistent to me. And if there is interest within my colleagues in adding that as a tag on, I would, maybe that's something we can discuss.
My advice, if I could, Mr. Chair, would be to say, let's just watch the debate. We'll keep you apprised, and the board, if it wants to make a decision or weigh in on it, can. I fully expect, knowing several of the players over there, it'll be an issue. But we'll see. I think a lot of it is new, and we'll just see how it rolls out.
Oh, so you feel like it might
I'm
be brought
sure,
up?
excuse
Okay.
me, I apologize, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Schaefer, there'll be more to follow on that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Menz.
While I have you all up there, so do we have any updates or changes to maybe strategy around, and also how often are projects refunded? So looking on here, we see 2020 was the North Commons project. That's the top of our list again. We didn't secure that funding last year. Is there any sort of strategic direction, as we heard from Executive Director Evers? We're going to need that in order to complete that transformative project. So is there a new strategy, or is there a way forward that we see happening for that?
Chair Olson, Commissioner Mintz, I think we could talk, everyone in the room, the superintendent has worked on this, Ms. Kokemeyer has worked on it, the planning staff has worked on it, I've worked on it. As to North Commons, we're having a meeting next week that Pamela has arranged with Senator Champion and the Northside legislators. They came to the tour. I mean, yeah, we're working on it.
Great.
And I wouldn't suggest we change this. I think there is a certain rank order to these projects. I mean, you've heard me say before, when I was in high school, I was at De La Salle, we ran the wishbone offense, and you never knew where the play was going until after the ball was hiked. So same with this stuff. But, we should have all of them on there. If an opportunity arises to go with 7-1, we'll take it. But I think the called play is North Commons, because we put a lot of time and money in. Mr. Evers is here too. I should have included him. We've put a lot of time and effort. I think you just approved a contract tonight on North Commons. So, we're spending the money. The project will happen. It's just going to be the size and the scope. I think the planning staff came up with a tremendous design on the building too. So we've had both House and Senate there.
I just want to add one thing, Co-Chairs Olson and Abeni and Commissioner Mintz. As a general statement, it is rare that the legislature gives you full funding for a bonding request. So it is common that you go back for future funding phases.
So I'm just ensuring that with the timeliness of the funding need, with the fundraising and the 35 million and what we need, that we don't settle for another project before we're fully invested in funding our number one choice. So I'm just kind of making sure that if we take something else, do we sacrifice that? And I know that we have them on a list of choices, and that's a good thing. But if we have this number one option, I'm glad that we're addressing and building community support and figuring out how we can get this funded this year. I'm just pointing out that to run the wishbone offense, yes, but sometimes the quarterback just goes forward and does a Q quarterback sneak, and that is the only play. So we're just trying to make sure that at times we might need to call an audible.
Yeah, Pamela's a big Dallas Cowboy fan,
Co-chairs Olson and Obeni and Commissioner Menz, yes, we can advocate and say this is our number one priority, this is, our number one ask, this is what we really want, but ultimately, it's not our decision, it's the legislators that are members of those capital investment committees and then the body as a whole. And as you know, it's not always solely based on the merits of the project. There's all kinds of politics that come into play with this, especially with this bill. It's certainly something that we will be messaging in that way, but I can't ultimately control the decisions they make with the purse.
I would second that, and Pamela and I were talking about, it was 1975, the divisional playoffs, Roger Staubach threw what was termed the Hail Mary pass to Drew Pearson, who pushed off a Viking and we were out in the playoffs. So that could happen at the legislature.
Good description of the legislature.
Right, yeah, so that was, sorry about that.
I just
We're way
want
out
to
of time.
celebrate the eyes and the eyes.
I'm not sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Is that all, Commissioner?
That's
all.
That's it.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity. I would ask my colleagues not to remove projects off the legislative agenda for requesting for funding. There is a wide diversity of interest serving on the bonding committee, and while we may find that the North Commons project is the most important thing, it could be that the people serving on that committee are not going to agree with us, and they're going to see other things on there that are really intense needs of the system as important, and be willing to fund them. So, well, yes, we all want that to happen. I think it would be short-sighted of us to take away things that we've identified as a priority to get funded at some point from the eyes of the people that have the opportunity to make that happen, in case there are things on there, even if North Commons is not their cup of tea, that they would see something on there that they want to help us make happen and they would fund it. So I would prefer we keep it on there and we stress through our representation on our lobbying team, and obviously through our ranking that we've taken in the plan itself to make that case instead.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Musich. Yeah, just, my 2 cents, yeah, I think we are very definitely emphasizing that North Commons is up there for us, and I think the tactics and the strategy we've been using have been very good. And we're basically pulling out all the stops, and we've been dealt a good hand at the legislature. We'll see what happens. You can never guarantee anything, but we're doing what we need to make this happen. But we'll see.
Sure. Can I make just one quick comment? A couple things. The way this works is you'll pass it tonight, you'll sit on it, you'll have the staffs have arranged a great event at the Lopet towards the end of January for the breakfast. We're already getting confirmations on that. Pamela said something very important. The budget forecast today was not great. It was good in the upcoming biennium of a $2.6 billion surplus, which is great, but the out years, we lose 2.4. So it's kind of a status quo. Now, I didn't get a chance today to dig into the details. The forecast in February at this time said we were going to be in a recession. That didn't happen. And that's why we've got the 2.6. Now, if the forecast is wrong, and we'll get an updated forecast in February, if Bidenomics works and the economy is charging, there might be a lot of money, but right now there isn't. So I think the legislature is going to be fairly frugal about promising things other than capital investment. There is an opportunity there, but there's going to be a big demand on that. So even though we've got a lot of great ideas, it is going to probably be what can we get, what's the focus. And unlike last year or earlier this year where we did extremely well, there was a lot of money, a lot of things happened, a lot of things will continue to happen from that. We right now, from now until the end of February, until that next forecast comes in, are going to be on a pretty tight budget. Commissioner, legislative person Tom Olson understands that, but I think we need to you need as commissioners, because you influence these legislators too, and talk to them, and so the list is great. I think everything on this list has a lot of merit, but the supply, the demand is going to be very high, and the supply at the legislature right now is low with the budget forecast. That could change in February. The February forecast will be the number they use to make the decision. So, and right now it seems to me the forecasting group out of Connecticut is saying things are going to stay good for the next year and a year and a half, but then they're not forecasting a recession, but they're forecasting a slowdown somewhat. So I think Pamela said that at the beginning, but I probably can't emphasize that enough. What we're going to go and ask for. Last year we had a big ask and things got better. This year our ask is pretty high, but the budget's tight.
I mean, we'll see. Maybe Taxpayer Gomez will be able to get her worldwide income reporting or 5th income tier. Who knows? That could help folks out. Any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of resolution 2023-237, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? It is approved. Would someone please move the next resolution on our agenda?
I'll move resolution 2023-238, a resolution adopting the 2024 MPRB draft federal legislative agenda.
Okay, if you would please give us a presentation on this, Ms. Skokemeyer.
Thank you, co-chairs Olson and Abeni. So what you have before you is our draft federal agenda, and I'll point out a few things. Well, just to recap, in '21, the federal government returned earmarks known as congressionally directed spending. We applied for funding for North Commons Park. Representative Omar was able to secure $2 million at that time for us, which we're very appreciative of. We applied again this last cycle in 2022 and 2023 through Senators Klobuchar and Smith, and we were not successful in those 2 rounds with that funding. But that will continue, and it's certainly something we will consider reapplying for. Some good news, the American Rescue Plan provided significant funding for federal governments to carry out critical capital projects and to send that money to states. We applied through our state government in August of '22 for Cedar Riverside Cultural Center, the new recreation center, and they decided, the state decided that instead of putting single projects forward, to ask for a lump sum, and the criteria is that it has to meet the things that you see here. It has to enable work, education, and health monitoring. That's how they'll consider awarding those projects. We just found out in November that the state was awarded $47.5 million for these projects, which is great news. The Department of Education will be the department that will put out the RFPs and be awarding those grants, and certainly Cedar Riverside will be one that is put forward for consideration. And we have these projects you see here further down: the green parkway infrastructure, transforming regional parking lots of water quality, and the green infrastructure and habitat. Some of those look familiar to you. We were asked, it was kind of a last minute request in '21 to come up with water infrastructure projects that we would be interested in getting federal funding for. And Director Arvidsson came up with these really progressive and insightful and innovative projects that are put forward. And I think they're worthy of staying on our agenda should future funding, present itself at the federal level for these projects. And then I moved to the bottom here, the funding that was awarded with our work with the city for the $8 million in the tree from the USDA Forest Service and the Health Department. for the, the environmental justice neighborhoods, green zones, that we're awaiting what that's gonna look like.
Great. That's the end of that. Okay. Any discussion on this aspect? Commissioner Albert?
Yeah, I have a question, Pamela. I'm wondering if we've looked at all into Environmental Protection Act funding, particularly there seems to be a lot happening around air quality. And if not, that's okay. I just was curious.
Co-chairs Olson and Abeni and Commissioner Albert, I am not aware of that.
Okay, we can talk later. Okay. Yeah, great, thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2023-238, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the resolution passes. And then if someone would please move the last item on our agenda, please.
I'll move Resolution 2023-239, a resolution approving one-year contracts effective January 1st, 2024 with Rice, Walter, and Mosley LLP in the amount not to exceed $100,000, and Tom Workman in the amount not to exceed $30,000 for lobbyist services.
Okay. Are there any commissioners who would like a presentation on this? Seeing none, any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 2023-239, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The resolution passes. And with that, I will adjourn the intergovernmental, Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee.
And I will reconvene the full park board, noting that it is 7:46. So we just completed 2 committees, and we can now move from committee the two items. So if I could ask on the planning committee, could you please, would the planning committee move the first item?
Yes, but, sorry, weren't we, I distinctly recollect that we were going to talk about the resolution of a pause on tree condemnation in the Admin and Finance Committee?
We're gonna first finish this up so we can complete this, and then we're gonna,
No, excuse me. No, the reason I bring it up is that I recollect that we discussed bringing it forward to the full board the same evening. That was Commissioner Schaefer, if you recollect that.
No, we didn't.
As the chair, I did not recall any sort
Yeah.
of conversation around
So-
that.
Yeah.
Point of information, I thought the same thing.
That wasn't part of what, in the packet, so I didn't see that. So this was laid out in the beginning of the meeting, partly so that the people here for Eddie Manderville can be done, so.
Yeah, I think we're still getting to that, but I don't know if we had official action,
No, we didn't, yeah.
Okay. To move it to the full committee.
So I'd like to stick with the main plan. So if you could move that from the planning committee, that'd be great.
Okay, I would like to move resolution 2023-244, resolution approving naming the chalet at Theodore Wirth Park, the Eddie Manderville Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park, within Theodore Wirth Regional Park.
Second?
Great. Is there any more discussion comments? I see Commissioner Thompson.
I just want to say that when I first heard of this, it was the same night we very first were talking about the Hiawatha Golf Course on this board. And so there were a lot of golfers in the room, and I just appreciated understanding more concretely and deeply the impact that Ed Manderville had on Theodore Wirth at that time, and it is something that has stuck with me. So I just wanted to add that, as I know you guys have all stuck with this for a long time. Thank you.
Other discussion? Let's say we take this to a vote. So all those in favor of resolution 2023 does this need
You'll need a
roll call?
Take
Yes,
6
Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker.
Yes.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
Yes.
Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Abeni.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Excellent. We have a new chalet name. And a very cool name at that. I love that name. Nice job. Okay, we have an item moving from the intergovernmental relations, or whatever. whatever committee.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. Legislative and intergovernmental.
Yeah, we should maybe,
That's the one.
we remove that. It was the contract for lobby
Correct,
services.
yep.
Okay. I will move, resolution 2023-239. Resolution approving one-year contracts effective January 1st, 2024 with Rice, Walther, and Mosley LLP in the amount not to exceed $100,000 and Tom Workman in the amount not to exceed $30,000 for lobbyist services.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, this doesn't need a roll call, so all those in favor of approving Resolution 2023-239, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we have lobbying contracts for the next year. So with that, we're going to be moving out of new business and we're moving to reports of officers. We do have a report from the superintendent. So when you're ready, please begin.
Thank you, Lieutenant Benny and Commissioners, appreciate it. I will get through this as quickly as possible, but again, very pleased to bring forward the process of going through the strategic directions that ties into work. The first one that's being brought up here is Strategic Direction A, Act Boldly for a Climate Future. So Upper Harbor closing and conveyance. The MPRD closed the Upper Harbor on Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023. The action conveys 12.5 acres of parkland and about a mile of Mississippi riverfront to the park ward. The conveyance concludes more than 7 years of planning for the park and private development and coordination of a number of agreements, and it's including agreements for parkway operations and for the district's stormwater system. Park improvements include walkways and trails along the rehabilitated banks of the Mississippi River, a 5-acre entrance plaza, and a new parkway. Remnants of the former terminal remain a signature piece of the new park. The first phase of development of the park will begin during 2024, with an opening occurring in 2025. A contract for construction valued at more than $11 million has already been awarded for the first phase work. So congratulations to us. This is great work from our team, and very, very exciting. A new park for our park system. I'm very excited. So great work, planning team. Wonderful work. Strategic Direction B, cultivate each community's place and honor culture traditions in Minneapolis parks. 2023 one-time group volunteer summary. From April to November, 129 one-time group volunteer events occurred in our gardens, parks, and natural areas. These service groups totaled 3,408 group volunteers who served 6,546 hours. Environmental volunteering continues to be a popular team building option for our corporate and community partners. And a really, really big thank you to all of our volunteers for contributing their time and talent to care for our parks, and to the staff who hosted environmental volunteer groups service opportunities in 2023. Without them, we couldn't do this, and we are so incredibly grateful. So thank you to our volunteers. Strategic Direction C, implement quality youth and intergenerational programs. We had the pleasure of this one just this week. So Spark Studio opening, Whittier Recreation Center. The third Spark Studio opened to the public at Whittier Recreation Center today, December 6th, following a ribbon cutting event on December 5th, with remarks given by myself, Mayor Fry, President Forney, and Commissioner Schaefer. Whittier's small but mighty studio gives youth the opportunity to explore a variety of creative passions within media, design, science, and art, and plenty more than that. Offering access to specialized equipment, youth can grow their interest through various modes of expression, while also developing critical proficiencies with technology. Whittier Studio features a green screen for media production and performance, a DJ mixing board and recording equipment, acoustic guitars and music lessons, a 3D vinyl printer for creative entrepreneurship, and both desktop and laptop computers for all kinds of design, editing, and STEAM-based learning. In addition, Whittier Recreation Center received a new air conditioning system, new furniture, upgraded lighting and layout in its lobby, which has transformed the overall feeling of the building and unified the two spaces. If you have not had an opportunity to go see the studio, it really is amazing. Not only to see the studio itself, but the transformation of the lobby area, if you remember what Whittier looked like, to see this new transformation. It's really beautiful. And with gratitude to staff and everyone that's contributed the time, very, very proud of that. And thank you again to President Forney and Commissioner Schaefer for being there and supporting it, so thank you. Strategic Direction D, care for our park assets to meet evolving needs and practices. Tot lot and irrigation projects. This season, the citywide team has completed some park tot lots and irrigation projects. Pictured below or on the screen is the demo of the North Commons tot lot. Staff members from citywide MEOs collaborate to finish several irrigation line and pond maintenance jobs at Columbia Golf in time for the upcoming golf season. At Neiman Baseball Field number 1, citywide athletic staff have been removing the warning track and installing new turf. We have discovered that applying compost top dressing helps to promote healthy turf. Great work again by our team on our assets, so thank you for that. And the last one, Strategic Direction E, steward our natural areas. Oaks at the Falls. Regional Forestry started a project in Minneapolis Falls to help mature oaks deal with micronutrient deficiencies, compaction, and limit root volume. Forestry applied an organic product called C2O to build, or C20, I think it's C20, C2O.
I don't know. It's weird.
Zero, got it, C20, to build soil and aid carbon replenishment. Once the product was applied, the entire area was topped off with mulch. With that, President Forney, our Pro Tem Abeni, and board, if you have any questions, thank you for your time, and great work by our staff, so thank you.
All right, any questions for the superintendent? Thank you for that presentation and report out, the last one of this year. So there you go. Okay, well with that, we're going to move to petitions and communications, and since I used to sit over there, I'd like to start on that end. Commissioner Olson.
You know, I was kind of debating whether I would bring this up because I don't want to jeopardize anything or any goodwill, but you know, I just was feeling kind of, I don't know, a little type of way about. I'm very honored or very happy about the generous donation from you know the Cargill Foundation, but I just feel like it's kind of, you know, my duty as, you know, someone who really cares about environmental issues, to kind of acknowledge that the Cargill Corporation is responsible for an incredible amount of deforestation across the globe. In Indonesia, in Brazil, where I studied, and I saw the soy farms that were in place of rainforests there, and so totally appreciate it. It's going to go be really helpful and do a lot of good. But you know, those funds are certainly coming from a bit of a problematic place, and I think it's important that we kind of recognize that. So otherwise, I don't have anything to communicate.
Commissioner Rucker.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, I'm going to pontificate for a moment, and
It's so out of character.
What you're saying, huh?
It's so out of character.
Well, it's a hit or miss, so tonight we're getting. I just wanted to say that, you know, I personally have had a challenging couple of weeks. Things are always busy, but I was reflecting on how much I've learned in this space. I have learned from our community, and I have learned from our board, and I have learned from our staff. And these decisions aren't always easy, and they have consequence. And I have learned from our partners, and I just am so incredibly grateful to get to stand in this space, as difficult as it can be. We have some hits, we have some misses. Every decision we make has consequences though. And I just want to honor that space. And I actually just really want to take time for those of you who are sitting in the back and have been here meeting after meeting after meeting. It has not been easy, but I thank you for your tenacity And I just thank you for bringing this to our attention. I hope that you've seen that we've tried to be responsive. It's not perfect. I'm not going to say that it is. But I just wanted to say thank you and offer out my gratitude. Because even in that, as hard as it's been, I have learned. And as a teacher, I say to students all the time, oh, and I can't, he's left. But a former student of mine was here, Manny, and I just was like, I pointed at him, and then he pointed at me, and then I waved, and then he waved, so he had to leave. But I'm just so incredibly grateful to be in this space, and I'm grateful that my student was here, recent South graduate, and that's all I have to say from the north side. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Benny. Typically, towards the end of the year, I find time in my life to write thank you notes to each of you and as many members of staff as my hand can accommodate. This year, my life did not give me the space for that, so I'm going to use my time tonight to thank all of you for really making this year a big one. We've accomplished things that I've spent a decade of my life trying to get done, and we couldn't have done it without all of you supporting that work and the hard work of all of our staff. So thank you. Thank you for making this year such a meaningful and awesome one. I really appreciate it.
Commissioner Elper.
Pass.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Al shows these slides, but he never shows any pictures of himself. If you want to go to see Al pulling buckthorn, in his duds, working like a real volunteer, go to Friends of Eloise Butler on their Facebook page, and you'll see him on November 10th. Thank you for getting out there, Superintendent, and interacting in that way. It makes a big impact when people see you engaging in that space. So thank you for that. The other thing I want to tell you is I'm sure you already heard there was a cougar in Lowry Hill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was killed last night by a Hummer.
Yeah.
But this is,
on an agenda item, or are y'all really serious up there?
This actually was tagged in Nebraska. And the community would like to interact and dialogue about how we may use this as a learning experience. But it was a kitten tagged in Nebraska, and it was trying to cross 394 into Theodore Worth and was hit. So anyways, that's the update on that.
Superintendent Bangor, you have your light on.
I can wait till,
Okay.
I can wait till,
Okay, Commissioner Mentz.
yeah.
Thank you. I would like to speak a couple of seconds. I do want to encourage the board to not adjourn until we discuss and go back to the Admin and Finance Committee, because I do believe it was in the record that we did agree to possibly move it to the full board. We didn't guarantee that. So leaving our meeting open would allow that possibility and support what I think the community and some of the board members understood that to be. The other thing is, I just also have learned so much, and I know, and I'm reflective on my practice as an elected official and a commissioner on this board. And I want to thank all of you for allowing me to reflect and helping me become a better commissioner. That is something that I will be working on even more so in 2024, because the people of Minneapolis deserve the best commissioners that they can get. And I hope that we all do that. The last thing I would say is just thank you all. So see you all soon. We'll be here for a while, I guess.
Superintendent Bangor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Then I appreciate just a moment to say something. I wanted just to acknowledge the work that has transpired with working on Emerald Ash Farm, particularly around getting the funding. I know we've had a lot of comments on that, but I also wanted to make sure that in the work that we had with Cargill, we spent a lot of time and we had a lot of back and forth, but I want to acknowledge that a lot of people were involved in it, and the community was really very active and very vocal in expressing their concern to this. I wanted to personally acknowledge, as we talked to the Margaret Cargill Foundation, they talked about they were out in community. I didn't know how much they were out in community, but they were. And in particular, they talked about Hope Community, and they said that their advocacy and their questions and their concerns were heard by Margaret Cargill Foundation. So when we sat with them, we heard specifically the concerns that came from the community to Margaret Cargill Foundation to us. And we had a robust conversation around that. They heard the community, they asked the questions, we responded to the questions, and we went back and forth for a period of time. The only reason I'm bringing this forward is I want to make sure I express my gratitude to the community, and in particular even Hope community, which they expressed that they had conversations with, that they were out in community. And I just wanted to acknowledge that to this board, that it was done by a lot of people, a lot of involvement. We did a lot of the back end work to get to where we are today, but the community expressed their concerns. They were very vocal, and we heard them, and Margaret Cargill heard them, and that's why we're here today. So I want to say thank you to the community and to the whole community. So thank you.
Thank you for that. So before I call on President Forney, I'm going to call on myself. So my petition in communications is pretty simple. So we've worked on a lot this year, and I worked a lot on the parkways and stormwater initiatives with a great team of people, and we've gone back and thanked different people on the staff. We remembered to thank the executive leadership team here at the park board. But it occurs to me, I don't think that we ever thanked President Forney. I don't think that you were ever mentioned, and you didn't. You worked so hard on that initiative, and you kept it in the fore, and you made sure that it was moving forward always, and it took months and months of work to do it. So I just really want to acknowledge that and say thank you so much. This is, as you've said, a legacy moment, and that's in big part to your work. So anyway, thank you. That's it, and I'd like to call on President Forney.
I was coming to cheers. Thank you.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't expect that. Thank you. Being this is a season of gratitude. Thank you, Commissioner Musich, for starting out in your comments. We have an awful lot to be grateful for this year. And I thank you all for moving 2 huge initiatives and everything. And I guess 2 people that we haven't acknowledged, and that happens to be Councilmember Koski and Councilmember Vita for carrying these 2 initiatives for us. I believe tomorrow, 9:30, they will be passing. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. Anyway, so I'm really grateful for that, and I'm grateful for everybody's work in getting this over the line. So appreciate it. And I say that because, as many of you know, I spent the past couple of weeks in Egypt. And the group I was with, every time that I would see a park, I would, park. I'm not kidding you guys. I said that only 3 times. We have such an amazing legacy here. I am so proud of this system, and it's unfortunate you have to go abroad to find out just how gifted you are here. But we are incredibly gifted, and grateful for our work that we did. And I have to say that we have to bring in a new board member, initiate, I think last night we were talking about a baptism. And so to acknowledge his day of birth a couple of days ago and everything like that, our tradition is to acknowledge Commissioner Rucker and his birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. So with that, I guess I have a technical question. I don't know about, it would be now my preference to adjourn the full board. Or we could reopen it if that should be part of the discussion. Secretary, do you have any guidance on that?
President Pro Tem Abeni, if you do think you want to bring that item forward, I would leave it open at this point. You would have to amend your agenda by suspending the rules to consider it. But if there's any chance that you want to consider that item yet tonight, I would leave it open.
I would like to move it to suspend the rules for that purpose of making it optional.
But, okay, so what would be the issue with waiting till the next meeting? I don't understand that.
Not the community in the back.
I don't know what the issue would be at this point, President Pro Tem Abeni. All I'm saying is that I think that we had said that, we were going to do that. I think that in the Admin and Finance Committee, we might not move it to the full agenda because we don't know what's going to happen in that resolution. Okay. But from my understanding, that is what this body said during that time.
Then we didn't dot the I and cross the T, so let's just do
That's
that
true.
next time. I'll leave the meeting open and we'll turn it over.
Do we get a second?
I don't think we need to just
recess
leave.
the board.
Yeah, I'll just I'll recess it and turn it over to now admin and finance next. Commissioner Thompson?
Is it admin?
Admin
I
and
thought it
finance.
was-
No, we're
sorry,
changing it up to move it faster,
Also-
move it forward in the agenda,
okay,
sorry.
well
Admin
then,
and finance first and then rec will be
Leapfrogging rec,
last.
let's do
Yep.
this. I would like to call the meeting of Administration and Finance Committee to order. Can the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Olson,
Here.
Commissioner Musich,
Present.
Commissioner Menz,
Here.
Co-Chair Schaefer.
Here.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Excellent.
I would move the agenda for Wednesday, December 6th for the Admin and Finance Committee.
Thank you. All those in favor of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Someone would like to move the minutes for me?
I'll move the Admin Finance Committee minutes of November 15th, 2023.
All those in favor of accepting the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay, we have exactly three, almost said trace, resolutions for tonight. Would someone like to move our very first one?
I'll move resolution 2023-232, resolution pause on condemnation of ash trees. However, there is a staff amendment.
I will move the staff amendment. I don't know if colleagues had a chance to take a look at that. It's rather robust. I can read the whole thing if you'd like me to. Any comment on the amendment? First of all, did everyone get a chance to look at it? Good. Any questions, comments on the amendment? Or excuse me, the amendment to the resolution. Commissioner Menz.
Yes, I did. There was a little bit of a procedural, so whether or not we approve this current resolution or the original resolution, I had intended to bring an amendment that added a whereas clause about the Tree Advisory Commission, and then ask the board to request the Tree Advisory Commission to review the condemnation process during the time period of now until March 31st. So in my role in the Tree Advisory Committee, there has been some people who are interested in pursuing that, the timing. So that's not an amendment that I'm going to put for this particular committee, but it does go to the full board either tonight or on January 3rd or whatever it is. I would be putting that amendment forward to enlist the help or advisement of our Tree Advisory Commission to just have another set of eyes and review the condemnation process that we currently have and the communication structures that are around that.
Thank you, Commissioner Menz. Anyone else? I have to peek now to see Commissioner Musich's light. Seeing no other lights, all those in favor of the amendment to the resolution 2023-232, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That amendment carries, that motion carries. Now to the full resolution. Any other commentary or questions? Seeing no lights, all those in favor of resolution 2023-232 as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Someone like to move our next resolution?
I will move Resolution 2023-213. This is a resolution approving Amendment 1 to the concession lease agreement with GDWG LLC DBA, the Painted Turtle, for the Lake Nokomis concession facility.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing no lights, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Last one.
I will also move Resolution 2023-212. This is a resolution approving a 10-year refractory concession agreement with the Sea Salt Eatery LLC for the Minneapolis Falls Park food and beverage concession and authorizing expansion of service into the pavilion area.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Musich. Any questions or comments on this? Yes, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you very much. So As the district commissioner for this area, I'd like to note just for my colleagues how incredibly popular this vendor has been in this location. I'm thrilled to hear that you're interested in continuing to serve the residents of Minneapolis. So thank you for that. We appreciate your commitment to continuing to enhance the user experience in our parks. Thank you for that. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Musich. Both of these are in your area, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thanks. Seeing no other lights, all those in favor of resolution 2023-212, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
I believe that still carries 4-1, thank you. And that is I'm going to call the Administration and Finance Committee adjourned.
I will call the Recreation Committee to order. Can I take a roll
Is it coming forward?
call for attendance?
I have no idea.
There was no motion made to do it.
Adjourned.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Elper. Here. Vice Chair Rucker. Chair Menz.
We're still.
You have a
But you
quorum.
didn't make a motion.
Thank you. I will take a motion to approve the agenda.
Well, then it's done.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor of the current agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
I will take a motion to approve the minutes from November 15th, 2023.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have one study item on the docket today, and that is Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, Michael Schroeder, who's bringing us an update on the Diamond Sports TAC that has been going on for about a year.
Thank you, Commissioner Menz. I wouldn't normally bring my phone here, but I'm expecting some encouragement about this item from my executive team colleagues, which they will understand. Only a few of us do. So just about a year ago, some of them understand. Just about a year ago, we were charged with creating a series of studies relating to athletic facilities throughout the system, with the first being Diamond Sports. We've been at this process now for several months, and I'll kind of walk through that process, recognizing that we're not all the way through, and recognizing that we probably have 2 or 3 more TAC meetings to go. So I'll move through this fairly quickly so you have time to ask questions as we move through. And I'm not going to read every bit of this, but this will be up online so folks can refresh themselves on what we're actually talking about. But it's important to keep going back to the charge that we had as we move through this. And this is lifted from the proposal that you asked staff to prepare. Our goal here is to establish facilities for athletic pursuits providing a high-level experiences for users regardless of ability. So we're looking at every level of play in the system as we move through this. We also had some study parameters around this, and I'll kind of summarize these. We wanted to make certain this was guided by advisory committees that were connected to each of the sports we're dealing with. That was the sec, I guess. So we've had an 8-member advisory committee working through this with representation that has been strong on baseball and softball, which is what we wanted to do from the beginning. Looking further into this, we've been following the work plan that we proposed. We've had a few deviations that aren't really of substance as we move through that. But what's important as we move through that is we're really trying to, we are sticking to the parameter here, this last one, this is important. We're not addressing the distribution of these facilities within service areas. We're not talking about the location or configuration within individual parks. We're really talking about the facilities themselves and how we will upgrade those facilities to better serve the play of the sports. So this is the Technical Advisory Committee, and it might change as we move forward into subsequent studies. We have an 8-member committee with diverse experience across Diamond Sports. I will tell you the softball groups have been strongly represented. We have had great participation from planning's colleagues in both asset management and in recreation, and that's been really important. And as we get into some of the initial findings, you'll see how some of those early comments from the TAC actually are being responded to that don't have to do with the field conditions themselves. To do a little bit of introspection, we haven't had all 8 members participating at every meeting, but we probably had 6 members attending each meeting, sometimes more. But more important, all of these meetings have been open to the public. So we've had probably 12 to 15 people participating in each meeting. It doesn't sound like a lot when you look at the numbers of people who are engaged in these activities, in these sports. But the 12 to 15 people who have been there have been actively participating. And I think anybody from planning who engages in these kind of efforts, which I would rather have 15 engaged people than 30 people who aren't paying attention. We have set up these meetings to be conversational. There was a suggestion early on that we sit in a circle and just talk about, in a dialogue, about what's important. That's exactly how these meetings have been going. And they have been 90 minutes of very little presentation and lots of dialogue, which I think has allowed the TAC perspectives to come forward, and even some of the early recommendations that we have. This was the schedule was first laid out as kind of a prototype, and we have been generally following this. I'll note that if you were to think that we're behind, I want to point out that while we had hoped to start earlier in the year, we didn't really get started until May. And so if you look at where we are in early December, we are probably pretty close to being on track. I think we have some more work to do with sharing the initial findings with the TAC, and then we'll probably be on track to finish this probably in the late first quarter or very early third quarter or second quarter of next year. There are some things that we are working to deliver early, if you recall, and I'll talk a little bit about the high school girls softball in a minute. This is the general range of topics that we've been trying to get through. We identified these early on. In fact, our first meeting, we kind of laid out what we thought the discussion topics would be, and we asked TAC members to add on. So when you look at this, we have moved through topics including facility context, which is really about the condition of the parks now, of the facilities now, who the users are, and how we deal with field classifications. There was a significant discussion around use, particularly around field programming and reservations. We've looked at trends and demands, and I'll highlight just a couple things on that in a minute. Standards for care and advancing field conditions were the last two, and we have moved through most of these. The last piece is really advancing field conditions. How do we actually operationalize some of the directions that are coming out of the TAC process? This is the difficult part when we get to trends and demands, because on the left column, you'll find a contemporary, this is from October 15th, 2023, an article talking about how great youth baseball is and how many people are participating. On the left, you'll find similar, January 11th, 2023 and June 9th, 2023, saying it's not all that great, that there's actually declines. So we could find direction to support anybody's perspective on diamond sports. But what's really important as we get into this is we have to understand what's really going on. And so these 4 points have become kind of touchstones for us as we move forward from a staff perspective. There's more options for youth recreation in their time today than there was 10 years ago or 20 years ago or longer for some of us. Some youth prefer sports that are more active, like basketball and lacrosse. There is a rise of other sports that we're seeing in our system, offering more options for participation and even more things than just sports operating from our recreation center. And this is the hardest one of all, because this is the one where for several meetings we had TAC members saying, why don't you just build more fields? There is no space for more fields in our system right now. We may not, as we move through these studies, we may not be capable of fulfilling the needs that everybody is suggesting we need to have to serve all the purposes around youth sports and adult sports. We just simply don't have the room. Still, with the facilities we have, we want to elevate the experience. That's our goal. If we can't get more space to do more fields, the fields we have, we need to have them the best they can possibly be. So we outlined a series of outcomes around principles and goals, access, use, field definitions and features, and then coming back to something that happened mid-process around high school girls softball fields. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this because each one of these, because they've been important. The principles that we've outlined have become touchstones for us, and they will be touchstones for us going forward, because even as we imagine a really robust planning document, we won't be able to get to every level of detail that people might find we should have gotten to as we find ourselves 2 or 5 or whatever years ahead. So outlining principles about what we intend our facilities to be becomes really important. So we have principles around facilities, around scheduling, partnerships, operations, and fees. And these were not just pulled out of the air. These came from a list. In this, we're talking about facilities, and the first, I'm just going to give you a sample. The first goal that we have is to classify and publish a comprehensive list of fields according to use, including sizes, features and amenities, illumination, and maintenance regime for each field listed. We don't have that today. It's not public. And what we have in the column on the left are those things that the TAC was asking us at our first meeting. So we tried to take all of that input, frame it into a goal, and make sure it's relating to some of those principles. We had the second one, we have identified field use and conditions through reliable, public-facing, an interactive tool demonstrating scheduling, maintenance, and game preparation. And again, when you look at the column on the right, these are the things that the TAC was saying. It's interesting to know, when you really get into this, how fields are scheduled. And if I'm understanding what Jack Barch really does, he gets a phone call, and he has this 3-ring binder stuffed full of field diagrams, and that's how he schedules. In 2023, he's relying on a 3-ring binder stuffed with paper to get field schedule. We have come so far in making our activities public-facing with snow plowing and the wading pools. And what's interesting is that when one day I was sitting where I usually sit down in planning, and Lyndon was sitting across from me, and he asked for me to talk to me for a minute, and he started talking about scheduling the fields online and how we can do that, and how close we might actually be. So you'll see that one of the actions out of this is to try to do a beta test with certain user groups, hopefully during 2023, so some of this stuff can actually be tested and put online, so that you'll know when you sign up for a field, what kind of a field you're signing up for, so that when our staff is out maintaining the field, when they've cut the field, when they've lined the field, they can check it off on their phone so somebody can see that the field's actually prepped. Or they can say, this field's too wet to play on, so Jack, instead of piling through your 3-ring notebook, go online and find an alternative location for this team to play or practice on in 3 or 4 hours, and get the message back to the organizations about how this, so we have that capacity. And when you think about it, it shouldn't really be that hard, because restaurants have been doing it for years. So we're going to try and implement some of those same things ourselves. So access and use was another big topic that we got to, and so you'll see here that there's 3 A's. I don't know why there's 3 A's, but there are. So eventually we're going to get to a table that outlines the things that we're going to try and move on, like revising the reservation methods for public schools to ensure adherence to time deadlines. We have a real problem, as I understand, because our colleagues at our schools do not tell Jack what fields they need at what times. And he ends up having to guess, and he's been doing it for long enough he can make a very educated guess, about how each high school wants to schedule their time at a field. When we think about that, we really need to have better action from our kind of clientele. And so we've been advocating to have all of the athletic directors come to one meeting so we can get it set on one day. So that's one of the actions we're going to try and pursue, hopefully in 2024 coming forward. Updating reservation practices and implementing that public-facing tool. I mentioned that already, that maybe we'll have a beta test of that even in 2024 and have it operational in 2025, hopefully. So remember, this is the draft. The other thing that became important in looking at this is even when we would go around and talk to staff, ask them for a definition of what a tier 1 field is, or tier 2, 3, or in some cases tier 4 field, nobody could give us a consistent definition of what that field actually was. So we're saying, toss out the word tier. There's too much baggage with that name. We're going to call them field classes. We started laying them out, and we don't have the final definitions laid out, but it's probably more important that you look at it like this. The field class 1, when you look kind of at the column towards the end with the features on it, that is for high skill, intense play, reservation basis. The program costs are covered. That was one of the things that the associations were telling us. We should be charging what it actually costs to play on the field. And they're high maintenance facilities. On the other end, when we move towards class 4 fields, they're really oriented towards skill development, learning and leisure. Walk-on is possible. There's little or no cost to participate on that field. And the maintenance is aligned with the maintenance of the rest of the park. So we'll fill this in as we move forward, but it's really kind of a spectrum. And I think what we'll find is our existing tier system doesn't neatly drop into a definition. So we're going to try to get things so that people will have a better understanding of when they can finally go online and see the fields, that they can understand what it means to have a field class 1 versus a field class 3. There's also a whole range of things that we wanted to get to and creating standards for field features. Not only what the standard is, like how it's constructed or what the object is that's out there, but what field it's present at. So we have this matrix we've been working on where each of the tiers are identified, and each of these elements is identified whether it's present or not. And it became really clear that when we started talking early on, when we first started talking about this, there was a big focus on outfield fencing, as was talked about by your body, outfield fencing for girls softball, temporary, or as we might call it, semi-permanent to make it a little more robust. But what became clear as we moved through that discussion is that we should really be putting player safety first. We can get to outfield fencing, but if we don't have fencing in front of the team benches, we're not doing the service we need to protect our children. So we have all of these things we're laying out and trying to put them in place against the different field classes, and then we'll be looking at what the standard kind of standard plate or the standard method of implementation would be. And then we get to high school girls softball. These diagrams are not yet complete, but what we did is look at a series of different parks where we could be implementing, I think it was 6 or maybe 8 fields eventually, distributed through the system. It's not showing up well on the map on the left, but we're trying to show the distribution of these fields through the system. So we looked at what the field layout is. This is Jackson Square. Jackson Square was looked at as, from the softball players, as being really close, but the field is too short, or the outfield is too short. That's something we can deal with relatively easily. So we look at this. People really like this facility. We kind of noted, like in the center column here, that fencing is present at team benches, but there's no bullpen. So there's some things we have yet to do to keep it moving. There's no foul pole, there's no field lighting. There might be those things that we make in the future. The adjustment of the outfield at 200 feet would require adjustment to probably 225 feet or something in that range. So we're really close on this one. And this is a field that we could continue to elevate to make it a more superior field for girls softball. We also, and these are just examples. I think we looked at 8 or 10 different fields like this. So this is one which probably wasn't expected, but Linden Hills. And when you look at the master plan identifies fields reduced from 4, as you see in the aerial photograph, 4 fields to 2. We talked about where we could best implement a change in this field. The field that's shown in what will be the southwest in this diagram, where we have the yellow dashed line, would be great for girls softball, except as an infield. But the infield is really easy to get rid of. This field has lighting. We can put in fencing that actually meet the requirements. So this is another example of where we could relatively easily upgrade a field to meet the requirements for high school girls softball. So as we move forward, this one actually begins to show the distribution of this particular site, and we'll show how they're actually distributed through all the service areas eventually. So we'll be coming back to you with a recommendation about where we put the high school girls softball according to the later resolution, probably in January, because we'll be ready to actually talk about what it will take to get to elevate each one of those. So the remaining work we have to do, I just mentioned finalizing the high school girls softball directions and possibly determining supportive funding. We have a little bit of funding this year from the field rehab fund that you approved last night as part of your budget. It's probably not enough to completely elevate and change the direction of the fields. We're moving through that same process with high school boys baseball fields, but we think that's probably an easier process. We're determining priorities for implementation. So when you look at that big matrix of features that we put on our fields, we know that the tier 1 will have a certain range of things. We don't know which things are the highest priority for early implementation, and we'll go through that. We want to continue to advance the field use and reservation system. If it really is possible to get that elevated and active during 2023, that becomes a really important priority for us. Establishing costs for the evolution of Diamond Sports. One of the clear directions from the group was to make certain that we know what fields cost to maintain. Right now, we don't really know, and they were suggesting that because they were saying perhaps they could pay more to make the fields, to elevate the fields. And assembling a full list of Diamond Sports by field class. Right now we have, when we've been going through the list, interestingly, I think we were finding that fields were sometimes double counted just by the way that we count where fields are overlapping. And if we would have, like at Linden Hills, we said there were 4 fields there today, but you can't actually play with 4 fields because they're overlapping. It kind of knocks 2 fields out. So we're double counting in some cases. So we might not really have as many fields as we think we have. But as we go towards, this is the work that Adam's team, the data teams have put together, amazing work really delving into analyzing what fields are actually available. We want to review the responsibilities for field preparation tasks. This is a really interesting one. Our practice is that our maintenance staff, our asset management staff is taking care of the fields. If they're preparing for games or practices, they might be setting out, they might be doing the lining, they'll be repacking the mound and repacking the batter's boxes and dragging the infield basically. It was interesting to hear that from our friend Mr. Bergstrom as he's going through this. He says his best days are when he arrives at a field and somebody the night before had repacked the mound, because it's a time-consuming effort that allows him to get to do more things to get that field ready for play. And even dragging infields, the group said, if you provide us with the training we need to drag an infield, they will drag the infield. Now we know that there might be some union issues around that, but if we can find a way to take the easy tasks and direct them to people who might become more invested in our fields and allow our operations staff to perform a higher level of maintenance for things that only they can do, we will be elevating the level of play at all these fields. And the last one here I think is really important, to continue to explore partnerships and non-MPRB funding early in this process, maybe even before this process. Commissioner Musich wrote a letter to a potential funder who made a statement about girls softball in the Star Tribune, and I don't think we've heard back from that funder. But we're going to have a document in a few months that hopefully we can use and say, now we know where we're going, now we know what kind of funding we need, and we'd like your help to get there. So the next study will be on field sports, which we would say might include that long list of things we have there. We might slightly increase the TAC by increasing public membership. We have really good participation from our own staff. We'll begin recruitment after the beginning of the year and probably initiate TAC meetings in April or May as the Diamond Sports facilities draws to a close. And what we really want to do is make certain that we continue the process of engaging in conversations, not presentations, to draw out the needs and perspectives from the users. And with that, I can stand for questions or comments.
Chair recognizes Commissioner President Pro Tem Abeni.
Thank you, Commissioner or Chair Menz. I'm not on this committee, but I appreciate the chance to speak. So, I'm just going to, I've been, a lot of the diamond sports enthusiasts are in my district, as you know. And there are some places that are just really suitable for development of maybe, some good diamond sports facilities. In fact, it's in master plans. So one of the big parks is Armitage Park. And I think there's some frustration on the TAC that there's not an ability to discuss a pinwheel. A pinwheel at Armitage, I know, I see, but I do think that, I guess I would like to know, at Armitage Park, the master plan calls for 4 fields. And, I wonder, has it been looked at, this whole idea of double counting? So can all 4 fields be played at the same time in the master plan concept? And why wouldn't a pinwheel be open for discussion? Is the master plan with 4 fields, the configuration, is that fixed because of the master plan, or is it more conceptual to say 4 fields are 4 fields? Now, I know one is a premier baseball field, which is larger, and the pinwheel would be maybe premier softball and youth baseball, but we've underinvested in softball fields anyway. So I guess that's a lot of rambling questions from a non-sports person, if you could help me understand.
Chairmans and President Pro Tem Abene. I'm going to try to be careful about how I say this.
Okay.
It won't come out well for someone. The master plan allows for 4 fields of independent play without overlap.
Yeah.
The notion of the pinwheel has been demonstrated in a drawing that is dimensionally incorrect and has been since it was created. And regardless of the number of times that we tell certain people that a pinwheel won't fit, it's being advocated for. And if you want to stop by my desk sometime, I will show you how the simple dimensions that they show on the plan do not work.
Okay. That's very helpful to know. So is it possible that this work could include an exhibit that says, the pinwheel oozes out onto Penn Avenue or something like that? I mean, can an exhibit from the park board be included in this result, in the study?
President Pro Tem Benny, it's not really appropriate to demonstrate how something doesn't work in this kind of a study, but we can provide that diagram to show how it doesn't work apart from having it in the study.
Okay.
So the question can be answered. We want to focus on how we actually take the things that are possible and elevate them, as opposed to showing things that were never possible, how they're not possible.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's definitely a point of a disagreement about whether or not it fits. So I would, if at all possible, if that's not inappropriate, I wouldn't mind a diagram to see that it.
We'll prepare something.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure, knows that. Next up, Commissioner Olson.
Thank you for this. Yeah, so I heard a lot of things, I did hear in there that you said that, we may, we're going to have to kind of take a full scope, a full inventory of what we have and are capable of doing. But kind of an idea as someone who's not really involved in diamond sports and just as a outsider kind of looking in at our park's use is I get an impression of quite a few vestigial diamond areas. And through this process, I've kind of, what I have been thinking of would be kind of a positive thing is maybe fewer but higher quality of what we have. So we can actually increase the amount of folks we're able to serve and be able to totally fulfill that desire, but then also find opportunities to reutilize space that is not, won't be able to use well or isn't filling a regional need or whatever. Have you gotten any impression that we'll be able to, find some positivity for folks outside of diamond sports because of this so far?
Chairmans and Commissioner Olson, I think I'd have to consider your question a little bit further. I don't think we're ready to know that yet, but the notion, while we didn't include it in the definition, the notion of vestigial fields might actually fit well into, if I understand what you're saying, that they might actually fit into like the field class 3 or 4, where there's a semblance of some of the features that would allow for what I was used to when I was growing up, which was largely pickup games, as opposed to highly organized sports. So let me talk to you more about that and see if I can better understand your question and get a response for you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, because these facilities, if we're talking, person per square foot that these sports are able to accommodate versus some of the other things we have, I don't get the sense that it's a very efficient sport compared to, you know, some other things. So, you know, I'm just, you know, we're in a dense city, we have limited space. I just want to make sure we're as efficient. You know, we're still providing really quality service that folks haven't been getting, you know, and that we can fulfill every need, but, you know, making sure that we're being efficient. So that's just, you know, from someone who's kind of on the outside of diamond sports. That's what I'm feeling.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Thompson since she's on the committee, and then the Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you. And I mean, there are a lot of questions, but I understand how difficult it is to essentially do an audit of every single thing that we have with a specific lens. And I appreciate it toward the goals that, I mean, plainly, I have in general, and to speak toward Commissioner Olson's comment, I was the kid who played pickup games, and I actually find it charming that when fields aren't in use, you have, you know, people out there playing frisbee, or you have dogs running around. It's another green space that can be utilized, and that's part of what I've always loved about even just more of our worn down diamond field spaces. But I just really just wanted to express my gratitude. The work in here seems prolific, and I just thank you for taking that time. And I know it's been probably a lot. So, and nice to hear about the answer of the pinwheel, because I have heard that a lot too.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to speak since I'm not on this committee. I appreciate the system thinking that you're applying to this. It's a very complex issue that people have a lot of emotions around, and I appreciate the fact that you're trying to find ways to think about it in a way that levels the playing field, so to speak. I do ask that, since part of the resolution was saying this is just the first of many of these, that we, as we move forward with the various approaches that we're establishing in terms of scheduling and other things that likely are going to have a reoccurring theme when we start talking about other amenities, that we make those repeatable, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel when we start talking about multi-court sports or multi-use fields, et cetera. And that was the only comment I had. Thanks.
And Chairman, Commissioner Musich, I think we'll find exactly that. There are many of the same conditions that we'll find in field sports as we do in diamond sports or courts. And so, like the reservation thing, we'll be expanding upon that, I'm certain, as we move forward. As we talked about it, it just became so readily embraced by the members of the TAC and the public that if we could, the faster we can deliver it, the better it will be for everybody, including our own staff, frankly.
Yeah, great, thank you.
There's no more comments. I'll make a few comments. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not on this committee, so
Well,
you can
I'm
say
being
no.
blocked by the.
Okay, all right, I just want to say two thank yous. First of all, to Commissioner Menz, because I think you really were passionate about this a while back, and I think, you know, from what the staff have really shown us today, there's going to be a lot of fruit out of that board decision. So thank you, Commissioner Menz, for really having that passion around that. And second, I just want to say thank you to staff for this interdepartmental work. That planning is using their skills in rec, and I'm sure there's a lot of ways that the different departments can benefit each other. So I just want to say thank you for some of that leadership in that work.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. And I just have a personal thank you to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder too. I think that, you know, this is not his wheelhouse, but it's become his wheelhouse. I mean, it's really been impressive because I've been to a couple of the meetings. One time I was even on the floor, you know, looking at fields. That Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and the staff that has been working on this, it has had that benefit of cross-departmental communication and also bringing really solid community engagement. What the TAC shared in the meetings was then compiled by our associate superintendent, into a document that fairly reflected what people were saying. And I think that that is commendable. And it really has given a validity to the discussions that are happening at this TAC. We do have some outliers, and we do have some big projects that people are very passionate about that are not currently master planned. I would like to remind our commissioners that we did, in our master plans, we have reduced our fields by 42%, at least, I think. But those vestigial fields are going to remain until we turn them into green space. I'd also like to just say that the work, I think, will become more efficient as these TACs develop. The staff has learned a lot about how to onboard TAC members, how to increase TAC participation, and also community participation. I know that some of the most valuable meetings have been when people who aren't technically on the TAC were there working with the TAC. Especially Mr. Tate, who comes to our meetings quite consistently, was at a couple of meetings, or at least one of them, and it was a highly valuable community discussion. I know that you all are probably super annoyed with me and you gotta go home, but I did this as somebody who has championed this. I don't think that the work is nearly complete. And I think that what we have uncovered and what I was hoping that the board and the staff would see is that there are significant issues to deal with that we can deal with when we look at them from an evaluative lens and we think across departments. I'm hoping that in some way the Diamond Sports TAC will continue in a limited fashion while the field sports begins, and then eventually we get back to that ultimate original goal from years ago of a facilities organization where we're thinking about it broadly with a lot of different players involved. So and Saeed, I know Saeed's not here, but he's been, I think he's gonna step into a little bit different role for the next TAC, and I really want to thank my fellow commissioners. I'd especially like to thank Commissioners Musich and President Forney for really ensuring that this TAC was formed from a passionate perspective of mine. So I really want to just extend a lot of thanks, and I'm really encouraged by the work that's happening because our kids don't no longer just do pickup games. We have to adjust to the reality of our space needs and also to the reality of youth engagement and youth activity right now, and also consider our adult sports partners who need the fields as well at times. So thank you, Associate Superintendent, for an excellent presentation. Thank you for attending the rec committee meeting, and I will call the meeting adjourned.
With that, I will reconvene the full board. It's 8:52. So what we need, we'll need a motion to suspend the rules to bring forward the resolution from the Admin and Finance Committee.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor of suspending the rules
It needs to
signify.
be a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Roll call,
Sorry, point of
Secretary.
order.
Ring roll.
Yep.
Yep.
Commissioner Thompson.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Abeni.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Thank you. Now, before I turn it over to discussion, I'd like to call on Council Rice.
I don't know if we've moved the item yet, just.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Could somebody move that, that resolution from Admin and
On behalf of
Finance?
Administration and Finance, let me get the number. I will move Resolution 2023-232 from that committee meeting tonight.
As amended.
As amended, correct.
Second.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to call on Council Rice.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Benny. Just some quick background. This has been a very complicated issue. The board has been talking about it all summer due to Ms. O'Brien and others bringing the issue forward. Superintendent's done a lot of work. Very quickly, in 1969, the legislature authorized this board to deal with pests and with invasive species. And that began a journey then that occurred over a series of laws. In 1977, pursuant to a state law that I'm gonna read it for the record. It's 118G13, subdivision 7. The city council, board of county commissioners, town board may by resolution adopt and enforce regulations to control and prevent the spread of plant pests and diseases. The regulations may authorize appropriate officers and employees to enter and inspect any public or private place that might harbor pests. To provide for the summary removal of diseased trees from public or private places if necessary to prevent the spread of the disease. 3, require the owner to destroy or treat plant pest, disease, or invasive plants or other invested materials, and 4, provide for the work at the expense of the owner. The expense must be a lien upon the property, may be collected as a special assessment as provided in 429-101 or by charter. This subdivision, private place means every place except a private home. So what I want to say is this, is there is a state law that has set forth how to deal with these pests. No, it was Dutch elm, it was also emerald ash borer, because in 1977, the Minneapolis City Council and this board adopted parallel ordinances which are in tandem, which read exactly the same. And it was adopted at that time to deal with Dutch elm disease in part. But in 2009, when the emerald ash borer issue became a major factor in this state, the wisdom from the Department of Agriculture and DNR was that that had to be addressed. So what happened in 1977, in 2009, was the Minneapolis City Council and the Park Board amended your current ordinance, PB 10 20 to 27, that amended it to update it to deal with the emerald ash borer situation. And those ordinances are identical, and they are the law of the city, not only by this Park Board, but by the Minneapolis City Council on how to deal with emerald ash borer, and this board and its staff has followed that protocol ever since. One other important thing that I've learned in the last several weeks is in 2010, the Minneapolis City Council passed a resolution which has not been changed, because in that period of time, in 2009, the thinking at that time was chemical treatment of emerald ash borer trees would add neonicotinoids, other chemicals to the environment that would harm the environment. And there was a big debate then, but that city council resolution is still extant about the preference not to treat trees. Now, it is true that the thinking has changed on that, but the city council of Minneapolis, which is the co-authoritative person with this board, has never changed that ordinance.
Yes, we did, we just changed it.
Well, in any event, what I'm adding to this debate is, and understanding there is the authority, and the Park Board has adopted a protocol that is being followed, that's on your website, that allows a 30-day period for an owner to decide, a 60-day period. It's 30 in elm trees, it's 60 in ash trees, that allows the board to, that the homeowner decide what to do. The long and short of it is why those rules are important. The ordinance gives, and I just will read it, that the specifications for tree removal and disposal methods consistent herewith shall be established by the director of park forestry of the Park and Recreation Board or other appropriate designee of the Park and Recreation Board. And so you have, through the ordinance, through your protocols, which are public, which are on our website, specify that process. And what happens is the resolution that's now been amended and brought in the committee, that's been brought forward to the board, will be pausing the contracted removals of the trees on private properties that may potentially qualify for the, referring to the federal grant, until the Minneapolis Health Department and U.S. Forest Service have finalized the grant contracts. So what I think is important to convey through this resolution is that if you enact it, the inspection, which is required by the ordinance, adopted pursuant to state law, would continue, but the removal will be paused while this grant can go into effect, so that if the money can be used to help deal with the tree removal, there'll be this space. this combined with what superintendent and the community has done with the Cargill Foundation grant will provide economic relief for those who need it currently, but it will also allow going forward this grant period that the city has worked with, that the partners, the park board's been a partnership to work forward with it. And I would say after reviewing it and what the staff has done on this with regard to the ordinance and how it's being impacted, with talking with Mr. Barrick, Mr. Severson, with the superintendent, in reviewing this with my partner Ann Walther, we very much recommend that the board should take this as a path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Bangora?
Yeah, thank you for the time, Pro Tem Benny and board. So I'm just going to just briefly kind of just, again, hearing what legal has put forward, but I support the resolution, and I'll walk through basically why, because we've heard this community and we understand the hardship that it's produced. So staff have worked diligently and worked very hard on this issue, and we're also following parallel ordinances, as been stated by the park board and also by the city in dealing with the diseased infested trees. So legal counsel through the work has advised that we simply cannot suspend the identification of disease or infested trees. So, but however, under the parallel ordinances that has been described, the city and the park board do and does give us and the director of forestry some level of discretion around how we determine this and how those trees will be dealt with. So given the generosity has been said before of the Cargill Foundation to assist homeowners, and in identified, of course, neighborhoods, and of course the recent award by the grant by the city of Minneapolis and the federal government, we think we should continue the identification of trees that would be infested with emerald ash borer, but we can administratively pause the process to allow for two things. Number one, allow homeowners to potentially qualify for federal grant funds. And number two, provide time so the homeowners have ample time to assess the options of treatment or removal. So the park board, and so as we look at this, this allows the treatment to be given. The park board protocols have allowed usually the treatment to be given, but given the public concerns that exist in front of us right now, expressed this interim pause may allow for more deliberation, for more discussion, and also for more understanding of our process. So that pause will allow us to do that, and for this community to have that time to deliberate, to have discussion, understand the process. And I lastly would like to say the generosity of the Cargill Foundation and really the excellent work of our partnership with the city to get this federal grant can also help immensely in this issue.
Yeah.
So it's very important that we heard the community, we hear the community, that we pause this for a moment, we let that those two parts, allowing them to provide time to for homeowners to have ample time to assess their options of treatment or removal, and to also just to be able to give this, to hear the voices. And so therefore, I really recommend that we look at this as, that the board looks at supporting this amendment to really help our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Questions, comments, discussion? I see Commissioner Menz's light is on.
I would like to move to suspend the rules to propose the amendments that I had, or if staff, I know, but like I said, originally there was going to be an amendment to the amended proposal that we were reviewing at the admin and finance.
Can you just read it?
Yep.
Well,
I'm not sure if this is in process, so I'm trying to figure out where to go with this. We have a resolution on the table that was brought to the full board. What I would like to ask staff is if we suspend this or postpone this to January 3rd meeting, during this process, will removals for the jurisdiction, the things that the properties impacted by this resolution be paused? And is there a plan for that 4-week in-between period? Because if that's the case, I would prefer we postpone this, actually.
why would we just vote to call on it? Okay, yeah, I can't tell whose light is on. Is that Superintendent's? Okay. Yeah, Superintendent Bangora.
Oh, I think, oh, mine is still, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay. Commissioner Thompson? Oh, Secretary Ringgold.
President Pro Tem Abene and Commissioner Menz, I think staff are supportive of your additional amendment. I would recommend you suspend rules, decide if you want to add that amendment, and just complete this work tonight.
Yes.
That would be awesome. So I would like a motion to suspend the rules. I move to suspend the rules.
Second?
I would like to use the, I guess it hasn't been voted on, sorry.
No, I'm running out of.
So we have suspended rules inside of suspended rules. Okay, so all those.
No.
Point of
What
order.
the amendment is? I mean, what the amendment is?
Once the rules are officially suspended, I can share the amendment to the resolution on the table of the full board at this time.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes, thank you for recognizing me, President Pro Tem. Would like a moment of clarity of where are we? I moved from admin finance.
Right.
The resolution.
Right.
We were discussing the resolution, and now there is an additional piece that is wanting to be added.
There's an amendment that I'm trying to add to suspending the rules that I did not want to get clogged up in the admin and finance amended or altered resolution that came from staff. It seemed more complex to do it that way.
Okay. All right, so I think that we have.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
If we move the one out of admin finance as amended right now, and that's it, the amendment that Commissioner Menz is proposing, as if it's the same one that I read yesterday, it is to engage the tree advisory to look at our process. Is this correct? I mean, it's a layman's version of, and I just don't know if does that affect anything for tonight, or could that wait till January 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
We're discussing an amendment that we haven't.
Okay,
we've
that's fine.
actually moved.
Okay, so right now we have in front of us.
Yeah, we have a motion.
To suspend.
Challengeable, and we need to take a vote on suspending the rules.
Yeah, so that's right. So we have a motion and a seconded motion to suspend the rules. So all those in favor of suspend.
No, it's a
roll call. Thank you,
vote.
Secretary.
Commissioner Thompson.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rucker.
Yes.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
Yes.
Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
President Forney.
No.
President Pro Tem Abeni.
Yes.
You have 8 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay, so we now have suspended the rules. So
I would like
Commissioner
to
Menz.
amend the resolution that is on the table for the full board to include 2 whereas statements, one stating whereas the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission was created by the MPRB in 2004, whereas the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission was partially created, quote, to coordinate issues related to trees across city jurisdictions, end quote, and, quote, to evaluate issues related to trees. To add the following resolution, be it resolved that with this resolution, the Minneapolis Park Board requests the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission to review MPRB's condemnation and removal process for diseased trees on private property, including but not limited to identification of testing practices, a review of step-by-step processes, notification documents, and other forms of education, community engagement, and communication to property owners or neighborhoods impacted by diseased tree removals on or before March 31st, 2024.
Is there discussion? Commissioner Menz, you have your light up?
Does it need a second?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Second.
Yes, I have a little bit, I'm trying to utilize the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission to mature and sort of do some background work on the process that we have around condemnation. Most of the issue that's happened with EAB and the community seems to be around communication and how we're getting the word out and how we are meeting our legal obligations and our public health obligations. And the community and property owners may not be coming to the same conclusions as us, maybe because of a lack of education, maybe because of a distrust. I don't know, maybe because of the materials that we're providing to homeowners or different ways. But either way, it seems like that process needs another set of eyes. The Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission is designated to do these types of things.
Okay.
And I think it would be a really wise way for us to move forward, to see how our condemnation process could be improved, so that when we meet our obligations and when we do address the public health, that we are utilizing the advisors that we have set up to do that. I would also, and I will be encouraging the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission to include folks from Parks and Power to be included in that process, because they did come to the meeting and they did present it to the group, and the group was interested in this work as well.
Council Rice?
Thank you, Chair or President Pro Tem Benny. I would have some concerns about this from a legal perspective. We have an ordinance that is adopted pursuant to state law that is in parallel with the city, that has a process which has timelines that this board and other boards have adopted. And I think that, this resolution or the amendment that Commissioner Mentz is forwarding, the authority to pass these ordinances and deal with this issue rests with this board and its staff, and the advisory committee might offer some opinions, but that's not how the law works. I would caution the board on this too. We did a situation with the encampment issue where we took a similar action that disrupted or affected current ordinances we had, and we wound up in a federal court, and we're still in federal court action on that. So I think disturbing an ordinance that's been longstanding, at this hour, with this time, I wouldn't advise the board to adopt this amendment.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Benny. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak to this amendment. I wasn't expecting that level of detail in the amendment, and I wish it could have been submitted in advance so that I had an opportunity to craft it in a way that would give us I'm sorry, I've been up since 4 a.m. and it's difficult to think while being shouted at. And I understand that people are passionate about this, but I would love if we could be shown the same respect that we show when someone has the floor from the community. So hearing that legal has concerns about the language as written, and understanding that there are probably others up here as well that would like an opportunity to review and discuss and potentially suggest amendments to what you're proposing. I would ask that you withdraw that amendment and we consider it in committee on our first meeting in January after our annual meeting, so that we have an opportunity to really digest it. So that's my request, and if it's not withdrawn, I will have to vote against it based on the way that it's written this evening.
Go ahead, Commissioner Menz.
I am not a lawyer, and I do not want to challenge Council Rice's legal authority. But I do disagree that this impacts the ordinance. It's only asking a commission that we set up 20 years ago to review and evaluate situations like this. This is a simple ask of an advisory committee to do and help us review a process that we have determined is, although we have to go through the same process, and I'm not proposing the timelines change, that the way that we communicate this information to constituents be reviewed by the committee that we have set up. So although I hear the concerns about timing, there are concerns about timing and how these issues can move forward. So if I have to move it as a resolution for the January meeting, okay, we'll do that, but I don't understand why we can't adopt an amendment and why they always have to be. This is a simple ask of the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission to do work that they want to do, that they want to be involved.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much, President Pro Tem. I do want to speak toward procedure. I, as Commissioner Menz, I hope recalls from last night, I am supportive of the idea. Hearing from Council Rice gives me pause because I personally don't see this linked to the resolution out of admin finance. It feels like a separate thing. I'm supportive if we can get the language right, and I don't want it to get in the way of this action that we have carried tonight. At staff, again, and so many people have worked on. I do think it's good to give guidance to the Tree Advisory Commission, candidly, without a deeper understanding of how staff's consideration of this. This is not necessarily my expertise, so hearing from Council Rice gives me pause. I would recommend waiting for our first January meeting to massage the language. I'm not sure if this moment is the right one, but that's, I would happily hear from other staff on weighing in on if they think that this is an appropriate step forward, or just to give guidance on, I am not aware of the detail of the Tree Advisory Commission other than what we hear here. I don't sit on that board. So that's just, I suppose I'm opening it up then to more of the experts. Thank you.
Yes, so I have a solution. Billy, I just want to say, I'm so glad you brought this up, and I know that the appointee I had on from District 3 is really excited about, looking at, I was just looking at the flow chart and helping to, make recommendations. I think that's really key. Not make decisions, make recommendations to the board. I'd like to get the language right. I want it to pass, I guess, your intent. So I would rather, just knowing the schedule of MTAC, it's every third Thursday. I can't imagine you have one in December, the third Thursday. Well, agenda's probably already set. I think it's not too late if we do this at the January 3rd meeting and keep it in the meeting minutes. If everybody is amenable, that we could bring it to the full board, that you would work on it and submit it on the Friday to whatever committee staff deems it goes to, and then we can put it in the meeting notes so we don't have this hiccup that we had tonight, so it would be recorded, that we would bring it to the full board at the January 3rd meeting, so it would allow the chair of the MTAC to prepare for this topic. So that's a solution that I would like to suggest, which would mean, what's the motion I need to make? I move to postpone? Table it until January 3rd? Postpone? I don't know if.
Are you intending just to stop this amendment or the entire resolution?
Just the amendment.
Then I would say there's a couple of options. Either Commissioner Menz pulls it back, or you all vote it down. I think you're in a spot where I think you want the main resolution to go forward, but you're not wanting this amendment to go forward right now.
Correct. So that's the, yes, so I leave it up to Commissioner Menz, but that would be the solution that I would propose, just looking at the timing of the meetings and, and I also think it's important that we really clarify the scope if this is to pass of what MTAC is to do. So just to have that thought put into it so that they have a clear charge. I mean, I think that's really important too. So it doesn't go off the rails. So, yeah. Just a thought.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that because First, we've had a chance to actually look at it, and so I need to read something and think about it a little bit, and, you know, so I don't want to do this on the fly. So I think I would encourage you to pull it back. I think that'd be the best way to do this right now. I can call on you next, Commissioner Menz.
I will pull it back. I was under the impression that it would be at the table today for you to review as we're going through the meeting. As you can see from the material, it was 2 hours late, and it was also surprising that the resolution wasn't set to go to the full board, which was also something that was understood that didn't happen. So there is a process issue. I will pull back the amendment and I will bring it to the MTAC committee for further review and to get clarifying charge. I think that's right. I think that thank you for going through this process. I do think that the MTAC wants to be involved and give some recommendations, not change the law. I don't think that would be the intent here. The intent is to make the condemnation process and the documents that we send out better or more informative or get people to aware.
Okay, and we'll take it in a future board meeting, probably early in January. That's great. I do hope that we're cautious about our powers, though. I think that's wise advice. So we've withdrawn that. So now we're back to the amended resolution that came from the Admin and Finance Committee. Is there any discussion on that?
Just to clarify, so the amendment we were considering will come back as a just separate item, not, okay, cool.
In January, it makes the most sense. Yeah. Okay. So any discussion about, Commissioner Alper?
Yeah, so I have a question, just, think back earlier in tonight to Director Wiseman's presentation where there were the 3 bullets, and so the first part of the money is to clear the books, and then basically by doing this, by passing this resolution tonight, I just would like clarification for myself. This will allow potentially the November 1st or any time going forward from now till the start of this grant, it will, more of the money from the Cargill Fund we'll be able to use looking backward, correct? So maybe even beyond 2022 to 2021, maybe. Okay, great, thank you.
Council Rice.
I think, thank you, President Pro Tem Benny. Yes, Commissioner Alper, you're correct. I think Superintendent Bangura said it best. By getting it passed tonight, when the grant is finalized and any action is taken, anyone going forward now rather than waiting a month would be eligible for the federal money, which would mean that the money that was secured from the Cargill Foundation, rather than be using now going forward, could potentially be to look back. And so that's the main point, and it's also recognizing the extant ordinance structure, which gives authority to your forestry director to exercise his discretion about how to deal with this. I will be happy to engage, if you'll allow me, Commissioner Mentz, about his resolution. I would just say the language in there substantially tears up the ordinance structure of both the city and the park board, and I think it's ill-advised at this point. It may be able to be perfected, but the staff amendment that was brought forward that the superintendent and your staff worked on would accomplish the goals that we talked about going forward, giving financial aid through the federal grant, using the precious Cargill money potentially to look back forward and allowing your forestry director to continue to exercise some discretion about how to move forward on this.
Okay, other discussion, comments? So I think we're actually ready to take a vote on this. All those in favor of the amended resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye. It wasn't an amended resolution. It was the actual resolution
From the admin.
From the admin.
That's true. It was amended in the committee, and it came to us in an amended form, which was then the resolution. Yes, thank you. Should we vote again? I think it.
I was confused.
I think it.
Because we were talking about the amendment.
Okay, I think that passes, okay? So with that, I think we can adjourn the full board. Woo-hoo.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We were talking about.
Wow.